Yeah. All right. So, welcome back to Castle Super Runbacks, Castle Super Undo, Super Retcon, whatever you want to call it. We're joined by a special guest this week. Hey there, Susie.
Hello, everyone. How's it going? It's great to finally be in the castle. It's only taken you guys, like, what, 3 years to
We
get me in
just
this
had to
castle?
wait for the absolutely perfect confluence of events to invite you over, which is silly because we invited you and then all that shit happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we had to wait for what is essentially a Sphere Hunter week in the news. It's kind of ridiculous how much is happening that is directly related to your world this week.
Yeah, it's really cool too. Like there's a lot of well, not a lot. There was a little bit of shit, the beginning of last week, but then it just kind of
Smidgen.
it exploded into like happy, like fun time, which is great. You know? It's been great. But yeah, thanks
Oh
for
my
having me
god.
on. It's fun.
I literally forgot like the second biggest news of this week. I literally completely forgot about everything to do with Konami. I
Right?
thought that was a different week.
Yeah, that all went down.
Do you
Um,
want to know something really funny? You just said that, and then I remembered that that happened too, because I kind
I
of
was thinking
forgot that that happened.
I was thinking about Capcom and I was thinking about Bayonetta. I'm like, wow, that's a crazy week. I'm like, oh no, all that Silent Hill fucking shit happened this week too. Oh
Yeah,
Christ.
which your reaction to the SH2 remake was really funny, in my
Oh,
opinion.
thank
I
you.
was
Well,
just
we'll
kind of
get
like,
into
oh
that
God.
shortly.
Yes,
But Susie, thanks for coming on the show. We're glad to have you.
yeah.
glad to
So
be
we
here.
might as well start with you because you're the guest. What have you been doing this week? What's new in your world?
I've been defending people who I shouldn't have defended
I
without a whole lot of evidence. And just being excited about Resident Evil, It's great. It's great.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think with that, you're
Let's just get into it. Fuck it.
straight up like so the obviously the Bayonetta 3 situation has continued to evolve, and as we did have our initial feelings last week about how this looks pretty bad, but let's see what develops. And what has developed has been quite a ridiculous, confusing sequence of events. Um, at the end of the day, it seems as if Dracian Schreier, excuse me, who like reported some extra details, um, was able to basically describe that like people that saw the contract that Helena Taylor was offered, for those of
Two
you who
separate people.
yes, two separate sources, and for those of you who are like missing the first half of the story, that you can check out last week for talk about Bayonetta 3 and Helena Taylor, the voice actor who was saying that she was being offered an insulting amount for her role to return, and eventually they parted ways, not too amicably, and was calling for a boycott of Bayonetta 3. So the update to that has been that two separate sources have confirmed that the offer that she was given was not, in fact, $4,000 for the entire game, but something closer resembling $4,000 per session, to which there would have been at least three or four. Either way, a total of about 15,000 was being put around as the amount. And then um, there were, of course, like, and then the larger discussion eventually led to, as we know, like Jennifer Hale just got, like, she was in the crossfires for no
Hmm.
reason in that case, and she kind of came out and said like, hey, as we spoke about, or I'm under NDA, can't really say much, but I do my due diligence, and she kind of just took the job, and she can't really elaborate much further, but like, if you know her character, then you know her well enough to know that she wouldn't be doing what the implication of the message was, which is kind of like coming in on the back end and like taking over a role that somebody who was also a part of the same union wouldn't be willing to take, right? Um, and the perception was that Platinum was essentially trying to price Helena out of the situation, and then confusingly hire someone that was probably more expensive. So the elaboration then, I guess, shows that. the deal was originally the deal she was referring to about the $4,000 total was actually a like last cameo offer that was
Yeah,
made.
it was, we're not going to hire you for the main role, but we'll offer you a cameo spot that'd be like one session for 4K.
Which, by the way, just completely confirmed my theory about that game, that you're not playing as Bayonetta.
The last
like,
trailer
thanks
that
for
came out that
spoiling
shows
that.
classic Bayonetta getting fucking killed in it. I'm looking at that and like, oh, that was what Helena Taylor was going to be.
Yeah, so
She was going to be classic Bayonetta.
thanks.
So the like that weird sort of copium fan theory about the voice acting being like, oh yeah, maybe she'll return to play the original and then there'll be something else going on. Actually, it seemed like they had the same thing in mind and were going to go for it, or try to set that up as a last ditch attempt. But what Helena neglected to mention in those videos, I guess lie by omission, unfortunately, just the idea that the original offer was much higher than she originally specified. That wasn't the final offer for her to come in and voice the character and throughout the entire game. It was for this cameo role. She was originally negotiating for something higher than that. Then there was and then Platinum tweeted. They came out and said that
Nothing.
They said we support what Jennifer Hale says, and that's about it, right? That's what they said, right? And sure. And then this morning, actually, as I was like going to bed, I made the mistake of refreshing my phone, and then I saw so then a second thread that Helena started popped up where she was elaborating further on what was being said.
That's a kind way to put it.
And well, the thing is that the initial defense that she made was basically saying that the entire Jason Schreier's article and the entire story was a lie, right?
Yeah.
And then the new thread now kind of confirms some of those details. So it gets really weird when it comes down to it, and I think that unfortunately a lot of this shit is going to probably do a great job of distracting from a super valid real consideration, which is voice actors being underpaid and treated like shit in the industry, which is, I would hope that at the very least, if anything good can come from this, it would be like that conversation being put in the spotlight,
So the thing that stood out to me, and I'm sure it stood out to you. Well, I think you mentioned as much, Wooly. I didn't talk to you about it, Susie, at the time, but I'm sure it also was odd. Is like if you're being offered this like joke amount for your work as a union performer, if they had hired a non-union performer to replace you, everyone could go, oh, well, there it is. I mean, they offered somebody like $400 and they took it, and that's bullshit. But they didn't just hire a union replacement. They hired the union replacement. Jen Hale is like the fucking face of the voice acting SAG-AFTRA union. So it was really strange. And so Wooly and I speculated last week on the podcast, like, was this somebody in the company trying to get rid of her and all this thing? Because it's all phrased in this thing of this person has come forth with a labor complaint, and I want to take that labor complaint seriously, as do both of you guys. So I don't want to sit here and look at these kinds of inconsistencies and say, that sounds like bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
However, upon the details coming out from Bloober and her going, that's all bullshit, and then like 2 or 3 days later going, okay, well, most of it's true.
Yeah.
And maybe the number I quoted was not the number that it was. It was actually 5 times that number. But it's still bullshit.
She's like, I'm seeing people calling me a liar, so let me tell you how I lied about a few things.
I saw that guy's tweet, and it cracked me up.
Like,
I'm not a liar. These are just the lies that I told.
And the thing is, lie by omission is still like it's still a lie, right? And when you're trying to galvanize the goodwill of a fan base of a thing that, like, a product that like people care about, and you're trying to, I guess, kind of like push for a cause that in most cases when you hear about something, oh, big corpo fucking over an individual, gee,
That's
how
easy to
surprising,
believe.
right? Yeah,
Believe that in a second.
Exactly, you know, and I think everyone did. They're like, "Oh my God, not here!" Like, really? Okay, well, here we go again, right? Like,
Yeah,
and then,
yeah. You know what? I'd like to elaborate on my stance as well, like, because I was like one of the loudest people that came out like immediately in support her. Like, I remember, like, I woke up that morning and then saw her string of tweets, and the first one had like 100 likes or whatever, and I was like, oh, no one's gonna see this. Let me like try to signal boost it, and I did this like angrily worded tweet of like, oh, it looks like the voice change like actually runs a lot deeper and blah blah blah, and like, it turns out voice actors aren't getting paid a living wage. And like I came at it from an experience of having a lot of like really good personal friends that I hang out with on the regular, where I see their their what do you call it? Their like their spreadsheets with like all of their work hours, the games or anime that they work on, the amount that they're paid. It's usually dog shit compared
Oh, it's
to
easy to believe because like we
yeah.
brought up last week of like the Jujutsu Kaisen people being paid like
Season 3.
$150 to do like an
Yeah.
entire film.
Yeah.
Like it's fucking ridiculous.
No,
So
and
easy
It's
to believe.
insane.
Mm-hmm.
So I came at it with such a personal stance, of like, oh yeah, like I literally see my friends a lot of the time like struggling to pay rent or even to like buy food for themselves, like just to live comfortably. And they have to make all of their money off of, maybe not all of it, but 99% of their money doing a convention appearance like for $5,000. And sometimes conventions don't want to do that. They don't want to. They'll be like, oh, we're interested in having you, and then it's like, oh, well, my thing is like $5,000, and then they'll be like, oh, we're not interested in having you anymore. So it's like, of course, when I see not just any voice actor, but Bayonetta, like one of my favorite characters, like an iconic character and an iconic performance too. Like no one else sounds like Hellena Taylor, like
Yeah,
I'll always love her performances in those games, but it's just like it's a no-brainer, right? Like literally everyone, not everyone, but mostly everyone came out in support.
I mean, it kind of reminds me, like when you're describing the voice actor circuit, like it's almost like how bands make no money on the album because of recording studios.
Almost the shirts, man.
Yeah.
Right, so you got to go buy a T-shirt and go to the concert, right? That's the kind of thing where, like, yep, if they're going to do the contour, that's how you can help. But that's exactly it, and it's a shitty situation in many instances, to the point where, like, we discussed as well, like the fact that it's not just the perception of the original story, but she calls for the boycott, and that is something that traditionally that has not worked very well in the industry. It's
a boycott-free industry. There's no boycott that's ever meant shit.
But that being said, as I think we fairly said, it's like you do whatever you feel you want to do, however you feel comfortable. And to me, it was something where I'm like, okay, if this is as bad as it sounds, which is for some goddamn reason, they decided to just be extremely dishonest and kind of screw over the star of the franchise, and this is how it's gonna go down. I'm like, yeah, no, I would feel I would feel bad about just being like, okay, well, time to buy an LP it and just go on with that, right? So I was willing to go along with that. And I was pretty much just like, yeah, again, I was like, oh, and there's always Yuzu, whatever, do what you want to do. But that's definitely, it's for a game that is like as beloved to all of us here as Bayo, like that's a difficult thing to call. But I think like in a situation where an individual is being like fucked over significantly enough, like it's a call I'm willing to make, but when you kind of come back around and see this now, right, and you go like, oh man, like you were trying to weaponize the fan base in a way that, like, there's still an argument you can make about, because she said as well that like the $250,000 offer is ludicrous. I never asked for that, right? And the article says,
yeah,
well,
but you also said that the original amount was 4,000. And
there's a line somewhere between 250 and 6-digit figures that could still be applicable there. There's a typo where she says 50,000 extra. It might have been 5,000 extra.
I want to take this away for a second because it's the thing that really stands out the most to me about the breakdown of her statements. So one of the things that you said earlier, Wooly, was like a lie of omission. So the first statement was a de facto lie of omission because she is talking about the most recent offer and ignoring the fact that she was probably offered like 12 to 20K for 3 to 5 sessions, right? That you can make the argument for that, right? You can make the argument that that is like the final 4K offer was the part she was mad about, blah blah blah, right? But the part that it goes from lie of omission to blatant falsehood is where when the Bloomberg article came out, she responded to it saying the idea that I could have made $15,000 off of Bayonetta 3 is a joke. That is a complete lie. Like I might be a word or two off, but it's incredibly clear. And then like 3 days later, okay, so maybe I could have made 15K off of it, but really blah blah blah. And then comes like the second batch of tweets that is they're just tweets, they're not the video presentations that she did for the first batch. This is one of those things that maybe I'm reading too far into it, but when you're like angry and like yelling about your labor conditions and how somebody has fucked you over and you may have screwed up talking, it is a wild typo to screw up the number 5,000 and 50,000.
And
it
the
is
comma is the only thing that makes that you're like, okay, benefit of the doubt, the comma came after the 5, we're assuming you meant to say 5,000, right?
Right.
Because the range of this story is going upwards above 50,000, so it's not impossible or implausible to think that would have been the case.
So you do the 5,000, 50,000 one, and then that follows with like, so I'm reading this, I'm like, this fucking tastes like bullshit, right? But then for me, in my personal opinion, is you get to the last 2 tweets, which were like later, where she describes, I will post the 14 charities so that you can donate to charity instead of buying this game from corrupt, greedy people. There are people who are attempting to throw shade and discredit what I say. The industry is powerful. They have powerful journalists too. They're trying to save their asset. Don't fall for it. And then all the boycott things. That sounds like a crazy person.
Well, I mean, I gotta be honest with you guys. When I did all of my supportive tweets, I only saw the first 3 parts of her video thing. I didn't see the 4th part because it wasn't connected to the first 3 parts.
There was a 4th part.
The 4th one where she talked all that shit?
Yeah, it was
she goes on a religious
It was a little bit
rant.
it took me back to my old days.
I could imagine.
It took me back a little bit.
One still. I didn't see the one where she does the religious thing.
Yeah, I was like, ooh, we're back in the church basement. Okay. Well, here's the thing though, right? There's a couple of and because the problem is that like none of that stuff like should ultimately matter in, again, what is a legitimate discussion about like voice actors and what they should get paid. And I think that in multiple industries, right, in film, in cartoons, in animation, in all these different places, when a voice actor is an actor and that actor is paid if they're the principal as such, and royalties are a part of that as well. So it's not an unreasonable discussion to have in regards to like whether the star of a franchise should be entitled to royalties on their contract or something along those lines, right? I think, of course, like you do it all in proportion with the scale of a project, and it needs to make sense. You know, like not every movie is. Well, not every game is an indie game. Not every game is AAA, right? So wherever that's at, you can have a fair discussion about how voice actors should be the same as they are in other mediums. What is just batshit crazy is the figure where she's like, and by the way, man, Bayonetta is a $500 million franchise.
According to fucking what genie?
What? Matt, and it's like, okay,
that was like, that should have been the first red flag for me, but I kind of looked over it because it's like, you think about it and you're like, the game has been re-released a lot of times, but it's
I
also
know
been
exactly where she
re-released
got that number, by
Yes.
the way.
on
So
sale.
yeah,
You know?
so the
Like-
theory,
like-
right? The theory is that, like, okay, if we work backwards on the math, that
450 million divided
Oh,
by
no.
60
$60
is 7.5
5
million.
million, which according to VGCharts.com is the sales of 1 and 2, including the repackages. We all know how the game industry works, and like there's digital copies, there's a million other factors. But if you just go to VGCharts.com, see the number,
Which is bullshit and has always been bullshit.
it's a speculative number that's exactly, and then multiply that by $60 and go, oh, every single version of this game that is owned by someone was purchased for full MSRP.
Like,
You
I would
get
pull it right out of my
$450
ass
million.
right now saying that maybe 80% of all Bayonetta copies ever were sold at a discount.
It's crazy,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So-
Like the three of us, we bought Bayonetta 1 at full
Oh,
price.
I bought
That was
Bayonetta
probably
1 at
it.
full price like 4 times.
Yeah.
Same.
I
yeah.
imported the European special box for the Wii U version of 2, you know, with the book and shit.
See?
Like, yeah, we're doing it. But
You know what? I know that game didn't sell that many copies because when the guy sold me Bayonetta 1 early, like 3 weeks early, he did so because he didn't give a shit because there were only 2 copies in the fucking store for the entire initial allotment. Like that game was getting sent out like 1 or 2
Yeah.
copies
So-
total for
so
allotment.
here's the other thing too, right? We're talking about a Wii U game, right? Then on top of that, we're talking about a Wii U game. Even if you take those cumulative numbers and you put them together, you're still not hitting 7.5 because that's I think it was like 3 a piece, right? So then it's like you also have to include Smash Brothers and Bayonetta's DLC in Smash for Wii U to possibly get that number up to
You also got
$500
to
million.
Nintendo marketing and Sega's marketing budget.
The
numbers don't work.
million things. It makes no sense. But like that's
About
the perception.
Anime, guys. You're forgetting about the
that
groundbreaking
fucking-
10 out of 10 anime.
Oh, that piece
Of
of shit.
course. How could we? Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so you're just kind of seeing this really weird thing of like, okay, that's what she thinks it's worth and is making. And to us, we're like, you mean that character action game we love that's been on life support since the moment it was announced?
Yeah. Like, there's a reason why it's been taking literally 7 years for it to come out. Can't be a good reason, right?
There's
Don't forget
there's so
Anarchy
much
Reigns, of course. That pumped the numbers up
oh,
too.
yeah.
There's
Yeah.
so much to unpack here. So like I went and did like some IMDb digging on Hellena
Okay.
Taylor during this to get like some kind of background.
I
And the
did
background,
too.
the background that I got is that she's primarily a theater actor, like a live theater actor. And her roles in video games, she has 1 or 2 roles, smattering here or there in 2007 and 2008. But 99% of her video game roles are Bayonetta. And Bayonetta again, and also Bayonetta.
Yeah.
Which, more than anything, to me, says that this is a person who is not actually in tune with the video game voice acting industry.
Right.
She is somebody from the theater world who comes in, did this great character, but doesn't really get it, which is why every time she talks about it, it sounds like nonsense because it is.
Yeah.
And her expectations are also like, there's a much broader discussion to have about video game voice acting compared to anime voice acting, compared to film voice acting, to theater acting, to film acting, in which most people are, if we go into it, we'll probably think I have the shittiest take ever, which is that video game voice acting is not as important as acting in a television program or a film.
Yeah.
Because if you remove it, if you remove the
remember-
voice acting from a game, you still have a game. If I remove Tom Cruise from Mission Impossible, there's an empty fucking room.
Yes, no, you made that take, and like there's some genres where that matters more than others, but for a lot of games where it's a cinematic experience and or you're just trying to appeal to people, it's fucking important. Like you gotta,
Sure.
you know.
But it's not as important. And regardless of whether I'm right or not, the general consensus in the hiring practice is that it's not. But if you're coming from theater, which the pipeline of theater usually heads to TV or Broadway or film, the expectation is going to be that you're going to get royalties on a big project. The expectation is that if you have enough clout and you're the guy, that you can push for a higher rate because you're so intrinsic to the portrayal of the character, or the thing will suffer dramatically. But games don't give a shit. And whether or not it's of your personal opinion that the actor matters more, like somebody in chat just points out correctly, I love Legacy of Kain. Legacy of Kain is defined by Michael Bell and Simon Templeman and unfortunately Tony J, who is now fucking dead. And I would not want a Legacy of Kain game without them. But the game industry has proved in the most dramatic way possible that even if you replace a character who has been voice acted by somebody for like 20 fucking years, like David Hayter, with some guy from Hollywood, it doesn't affect shit in terms of actual sale if the game is still good.
Oh yeah, the game will still sell regardless.
If the game is still good, definitely. It is a medium where like there is the most going on without the voice actor, because you have the interactive
I was gonna say sometimes the game isn't good and it still sells, but
yes, because like in a movie, again, a movie, it's just entirely a passive experience. Same thing for anything animated or so. But like in a game, there is still an experience you can have outside of the assets, right?
I mean,
that is true. At the same
We've
time,
got SphereHunter on the show right now. Susie, how important was it that we had the fucking last names of the cast in fucking Resident Evil 1? They just found those people like 2 months ago.
It's true. Those people didn't even know what Resident Evil was.
Right. So
amazing.
But and because games are so varied, it depends on context to context. Counterpoint: Nickelodeon All Stars.
Oh yeah, no, it's just fucking
right.
Oh, it doesn't have the voices. Oh, die.
Done. Dead. Over. Completely finished. Annihilated in one fell swoop. So it does matter contextually. The thing is that when it comes to it's like a voice actor coming from outside and like being a part of the industry, like playing one role in a game or something, I'm reminded of like almost like Kreia, about how it's like, that you can show up and kill it and do an amazing job, but like that understanding of what the industry is like and this type of confusion, it seems as if that if you're willing to kind of do this and kind of torch your career, it's probably because you're not really looking to continue working in this industry. If you're willing to torch it like that. And I remember that like her response was very telling when like right after the Bloomberg stuff came out.
I just want to wash my hands of this. I want to be out. I'm out.
I'm looking forward to putting this behind me and going back to the theater. And it's like, that's not the type of response you'd expect after someone shows receipts, right?
Yeah. It's like, why even, one, why bring it up at all? And two, that sounds like something that someone who just got caught says,
Yeah, it's like if
lie.
somebody was sitting there minding their own business and out loud to the ether said, boy, the GameCube was blue. And then when somebody starts to argue with them, goes, I'm so sick of this goddamn argument. I hate having it. I just want to be free of this GameCube argument, says man who brought it up.
Yeah, that was a very confusing line, because it's like, so then like it's all because again the part of the whole like keep this up, the boycott, the idea of this is what they're doing and etc. It feels like you're like, okay, I don't want to talk about this anymore. Let's just move on. Like that's.
But no, I'm back in. Boycott it still.
Yeah, and don't call me a BAYONUTTER. Okay.
I hate it.
Like,
I
what is
hate
a
it.
Wait,
it's
what?
Terrible.
Excuse.
Are you not seeing this hashtag? She's like, hello, all my fellow BAYONUTTERs.
BAYONUTTERS.
Like, what is a BAYONUTTER?
Oh, it sucks.
Oh no.
BAYONUTTER sounds like someone that does something else with Bayonetta.
Oh. I'll bayonut in my own time, thank you.
Yeah.
I think there's
Thank you
like
very
a
much.
grand takeaway that we can all handle on this, which is if all possible, wait for receipts. But more than that is that whoever is running Platinum right now needs to open their office door, walk about 15 feet, and slap the fucking phone out of Kamiya's hand.
Not good enough. Defenestrate it.
It's so bad.
From the top of the Shin Umeda. Just yeet into the distance.
The way I described it was like, can you imagine if Kamiya just came out and was like, "Hello, everyone. I understand these allegations look very dire." He like slowly takes his glasses off, like, but I just want you all to know that I have evidence that goes against Miss Taylor's claims. And instead, he's like literally like in a high speed chase from the law with his middle finger out the window. Like fuck everyone. Like he was acting as if he was in the wrong. You know what I mean? Like just block,
phrasing-
fuck everyone.
But instead of in a
remember-
high-speed chase, he's just doing burnouts in a parking lot. Like,
Yeah.
I remember
He's not going anywhere. Like,
Paige was like following
Didn't
this
help,
stuff on her
man.
phone, and then I hadn't seen the Kamiya shit, and she's like, "What the fuck is this?" And shows me, "Beware my rules."
yeah,
It's like,
yeah.
what the you look so guilty, bro. You look like a fucking asshole.
Like,
Why are you-
yeah.
It did not help. It really did not help at the time, you know? Ugh, man. Yeah, just you gotta get the phone out of his hands, especially in situations like that, because that becomes the official response, right? And he wasn't wrong, but
If
Jesus.
Kamiya had not
Ugh.
said anything at all,
Mhm.
my default stance last Monday would have been, I don't know, this seems confusing. Let's wait for more details. But because his shit was so inflammatory and looked so fucking
Well-
guilty, I came to the somewhat understandable conclusion of it feels like Platinum fucked this lady over.
Yeah, but I would say that, like, no, the default stance was, this is confusing, let's wait for more details, but also like historically people get fucked over by the company, so you're just willing to lean in that direction as you wait for more details, you know. And that's, I think, a completely reasonable thing to do given the history of it, given, you know, and
Yeah.
that's exactly it. I think if you're kind of looking to be like, okay, well, like, we want to ideally have an industry where people are not treated like shit, so let's support the not shit treatment of people because somebody tells you that story. That's a reasonable stance to take, and then you find out that it turns out they were lying by omission. Okay, well, now we
Yeah.
update the take, you know?
And based on, you know, individual experience, it's just like, oh yeah, I believe you because I've seen this happen a million times with other people, you know, like especially in, like, you know, the Resident Evil community, like, you know, Allison Court voiced Claire forever, and she got burned by that whole situation. And just there's so many other examples of this type of thing happening, not to this extent, obviously.
Yeah,
where
voice
it's
acting
like,
sucks.
I got
like, to
10
work it.
million views on this thing, and TMZ is reporting on it. Literally everyone is reporting on it. Like it became something so huge just out of nowhere, and
There's this real
sucks.
element to the way Taylor is dealing with it now, on the assumption that she made a fib, in which
Yeah.
she wanted to say her piece and she wanted to kind of thumb it in the eye, and it really, really ran away from her. Like it is like, if it was going to grow into this massive swell, it would have hopefully have been in this massive swell of a boycott. Instead, it's just big, and it's we're this podcast is talking about it 2 weeks in a row,
Yeah.
for example.
It's big for just an undefinable reason. Like, it could be anything. It could be, oh, I'm gonna stand by her. Oh, you know, she's a liar. Oh, I feel bad for supporting her. Oh, she said what in her past? Like, you know, it's just a shit show. Like, no matter how you look at it.
Yeah, well, it's big because it's a messy bitch drama. It's a
Yeah.
messy ass drama, and we're messy bitches that love drama, so we're always gonna fucking pay attention to that shit, you know. And it unfortunately just, like, it shook out in the way that you would almost never expect it to, which is, it turns out that the victim in this case is not being completely forward, is just lying about stuff. So
and what's the end result of all this drama? Well, Bayo 3 is assuredly going to be the best-selling Bayonetta game, as the news catapulted it up to the top of Amazon pre-orders, because there's no such thing as bad publicity.
And unironically saved the franchise, potentially.
Yeah,
we
probably.
might get so many more Bayonetta games out of this.
Man, yeah. and there was a moment too, you have to admit, when Kamiya's Twitter went down and you were like, oh, thank God. Right? There was a bit of a moment of like, okay, all right, they did it. They got him. They took the Union Jack glove off, that he uses to type with, finally. And then he's like, nah, Phoenix Rising, I'm back. And you're like, oh, God damn it.
But, just between you guys and however many people are watching this, I have friends that are playing the game right now, and they're saying it's pretty fucking good. So that just gets me more excited to play it. So
get out of town. There are people playing that game. That's crazy. I wish I was one of those people, but I'm not.
Yeah, same.
I mean, started playing too over on the channel, just in hoping to ramp up and run right into 3 at launch. And that's what we're gonna do. 'Cause man, it felt bad to just be like, motherfucker, one of the things I care about the most, just, you can't have nice things. And like us getting into that mode where we have multiple podcasts of just, well, everything you like is gonna have something shitty about it, and you just have to kind of, you know what I mean, like that sort of vibe. And that's not something to get rid of, because for all we know, that's still the case. But it's getting so fucking exhausting to just be like, okay, how does the thing I love, like, devour babies to feed itself, like how many souls has it consumed?
That your hobby de facto renders you ethically compromised.
Like, I guess I just can't use anything in my house then. Like, I can't do anything in my life. Like, sorry guys.
The best kites, Pat, did you know the best kites that fly are made of the skin of orphans? Did you know? Orphan skin just flies really nice. More than other kite material.
Is that, so the gag is you go with orphan skin on that, but like you were all the way up to the word skin, and I couldn't tell if you were going to make a joke or if it was going to be a depressing reality, like baby otter skin, right? Like makes the best kites because of the fucking the easel gooer resistance on the baby fly. Like, how, I don't fucking know.
Yeah.
Like, how many drops of manatee blood are in this phone? I don't know.
Your tennis racket is probably made of cat gut. That is a thing, for real.
That's what I was gonna say. I was literally about to say that. Like, oh, I just, I ordered my dream guitar, which happens to be Eno's guitar. I can't wait to play it on these cat gut guitar strings.
Marlene,
like,
made
awesome.
Of cat gut.
Yeah, Marlene.
This might be a bit of an aside, but it's a story that I want to tell regardless. I had a friend of mine who went into vet school. And the first thing, like literally semester 1 of vet school, as part of the training, one for manual skills as well as like wash them out, was, here is the overflow from the kill room in your local vets. Here is like 100 dead cats. You are going to skin all of them throughout the semester. You have a dead cat skinning quota, because you need to get used to cutting into cats and dogs without freaking the fuck out. And that washes the fucking class the fuck out. Like 80% get like two in and they're done. They are not going to be vets.
Cool.
But
serial killer training. Nice.
But the goofiest part about it is I'm talking to my friend and I'm like, wow, that seems really horrible. She's like, yeah, it is. But the funny thing is are you aware of the phrase, there's more than one way to skin a cat? To which I go, yeah. And she goes, not really. There's one good way to skin a cat. If you want to get all of it. And I'm like, cool.
That's what like a broken person says.
Oh my god! Like, yeah, that's like their after dinner raconteur, little stories. Like, did you know there's actually only one good way? And you look into the dead of their eyes, and the reflection is gone.
Yeah. It's just.
Hey man, the medical arts require traumatic learning. I mean, you're still in Montreal, and I grew up there, where like our famous medical prestigious university was famous in medical by stealing corpses from the cemetery up on top of the hill and rolling them down to be operated on by students.
Gotta pass those classes somehow, man. Yeah.
Has to be done.
Okay.
Has to be done.
It's the only way.
Anyway, I mean,
I'm gonna be playing Bayonetta 3. I'm gonna make a big review on it where I dress like Bayonetta and play the piano, and I already have a giant piece of art that would cost way too much money.
Hell yeah.
And fuck boycott, whatever. I'm gonna play it. Fuck off.
I'm probably gonna try and do it in one go. I'm gonna give that a shot and see if that works. I bet I can. I bet I totally can.
Unfortunately, the COVID time delay over here has made it so that I'm not gonna be finishing 2 on time to roll right into 3.
You can if you just fucking do it.
Not with that attitude. Yeah.
Know what you have to do, Willie. You have to
I'm
wear
gonna try-
that
game
bloody,
is short
bloody
as
marionette.
fuck.
I'm gonna
You
try.
gotta wear that bloody marionette and just auto combo your way through.
Oh no!
As much as it hurts you, you gotta do it.
Just put it on. Yeah, I'm sitting. My couch has like 30 amiibos next to me. By the way, like I'm like, give me the free fucking rings. I don't give a shit. I'm using them all every single day, no matter how much you limit me. But no, thank you for coining the term sword fucking. By the way, Susie.
Yes.
That's a good ass word, and I hope we get to use it again.
Yep. I hope so too. I mean, it looks like she's gonna be on the battlefield with you this time. So, Madama Butterfly.
Madama Butterfly Pat in one of the early levels of Bayo, she comes in and she sword fucks a beloved, like.
Right, I know exactly what you're talking about.
And then.
It is the most suggestive animation you will ever see.
And you're just like, yeah, that's exactly what's happening to that fucking angel. Goddamn. Perfect.
Can you imagine just like writing that in a script and being like, I shouldn't say this, and then writing like 3 other lines and then getting to the recording process and being like, she's so cool, she sword fucks angels to death. Like just fuck it, just do it. That's what it is.
Nicely done. Like... We commit. Okay, so that's one chunk out of the way, I suppose.
Yeah.
And then there were other things. So
before we move on, this story had such an emotional roller coaster for us as content creators about to cover Bayo, because it was this deep stomach of, oh no, to, yeah, I don't give a shit anymore, to, I'm gonna fucking do it out of fucking spite. I'm so sick of this bullshit.
I mean, dude, like 8 years, man. 2014. You know? It felt real shit having that drop in the final hour, no less, which my initial thought was that like maybe it happened as the game was coming out because she was thinking like trying to make it work up until the last second, you know?
It was clearly timed with the release.
Right. So yeah.
There is a clip of her from a very old interview saying that she recorded Bayonetta 1 and 2 in like 4-day sessions or something. So maybe she was like holding on to hope that Platinum would be like, oh yeah, you could just come back, it's fine, here's 50 grand, like just
shit
knock
went
it out.
gold like a month ago. Like,
I know, yeah, there's no way
done.
and
no
you
fucking
know,
way.
Yeah, and I you know, and I hope again this will just spotlight other stories that are coming out with one I read about, which also like, I mean the timing couldn't be better for me. But like the voice actor for Mordin in Mass Effect 3, who I had no idea changed, right? I found out through this controversy, like that he got replaced, and that like he came out to basically explain how voice actors get paid and how the sessions go and how it's usually pretty low, and there's kind of you just you do multiple gigs and try to make it that way. But again, like that's for somebody that is actively trying to voice many roles in the industry and not necessarily just like coming in to do one particular one. But yeah,
I didn't know he changed either.
Yeah, so that like though I read the story about how, or it was his post about how that there was some controversy over like him replacing the voice actor in 2, and I was like, oh no, like damn, that I'm into right now. That's a bummer that there's a replacement happening, but
you can't tell.
Okay,
I couldn't even tell the difference.
It's a combination of the actor doing a really good job approximating him and throwing on this fucking Solarian voice bullshit so you can't even tell the difference.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, exactly.
I was like, did I just imagine that? Like, what was that?
What are you talking about?
Of all the races to mask the person, that would be the one that would mask it the best for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyway, there's hopefully that this type of shit will whatever. I'm repeating myself.
Yeah.
Just throw every voice actor into the ocean.
There you go. No voice acting.
No
ever.
more voices.
Done.
No more drama. We're done. We solved it. You know what? Just throw away every video game. All of it. They're bad. They're bad for you. I'm bald because of this.
I bet you Symphony of the Night would have been talked about at least half as much if that had no voice acting in it. That thing would have fucking hit and would have been like, okay, cool. Oh yeah, Die Monster, you don't belong in this world. I'm reading that in my voice in my own head, and it's fine.
Yeah.
Every time I think about Castlevania Symphony of the Night, all I can think of is how it took like 20 years for me to confirm that the guy who voices Richter is in fact also Chris from Resident Evil 1, because they sound completely the same. And he does like the exact same awful bullshit happened to him in both roles with the fucking chopped up bullshit audio, which is why they sound so god awful. Because he's like a normal guy.
Yeah.
He doesn't talk like that.
I found that out recently as well. I was like, oh yeah, that is Chris Redfield. It's just the exact same sound of voice. But yeah, before we move on, didn't Symphony of the Night also get like a full like redub for like a PSP version?
Did they?
If it did, I don't care.
Quote unquote better.
That seems insane. Why would you do?
I'm sure the chat would.
Jesus Christ. Well, look. Here's the thing. I mean, we're talking usually weeks at this point, but the segue into like voice acting replacement, and we spoke to Guy Seehee a while ago, right? And
okay, so like
I don't know why I just started laughing.
Okay, so I'm gonna dive right into it before we move on. It is a known fact that voice actors, first of all, voice actors don't give a shit about fucking talking about whatever the fuck's going on. They'll just tell you anything. You get a hold of somebody from some big name project that doesn't exist, and you ask them if they're on that project, they'll be like, yeah, I totally did it last week. They'll just fucking tell you. They don't give a shit. Second is they have a weirdly higher proportion of the average person of being like insane, just like completely crazy people. Guy Seehee is one of those people. We had him in the podcast, and like right before we started the podcast, he's like, hey, by the way, can you guys just never swear? I just really don't like it if you guys swear, which led to that goofy like scariness. I don't know what we called it, like
Thor,
spookiness or
Spookstorm
something.
Yeah. Now, to
And
be
then,
fair, we also got that from somebody mid panel at a convention
that
on
was
stage. As we were talking into a microphone, someone walked up and went, "Cut out the swearing."
Yeah. And then he started. He like blew the reveal of his own role in the game he was working on like a day beforehand. So before the podcast went live, they announced him being in it on Facebook like later that day, and then. I don't even remember what we talked about, but I remember it being strange, and then him going all anti-vax and just
well, that
zany shit.
That wasn't on the podcast. We had a
that was later.
We had a normal conversation about how he got the role, and
so guys, see, he's never coming back.
It was a nice chat.
He's never coming back. He was James Sunderland for one game, and he was the face and the voice and the mocap, etc. But now we've got new Silent Hill 2. And everything about Konami's announcement of the new Silent Hill project was carefully designed to make you just have no faith in it at all. Susie, I know you watched it live.
Yeah, I made a big tweet about it too, where I said, like, if you're looking forward to it, don't let anyone deter you. It doesn't look like it's going to be for me. Like, I'll just enjoy the original, like I'd love everyone else to as well. But if I had to give an honest opinion, I think that Silent Hill 2 looks very cringe for a lot of different reasons. One of the first things I did say on my stream was, is Guy Seehee going to get mad about this?
Maybe he doesn't care. It's tough to say for the types of old time voice actors that did like one role for a Japanese game and then disappeared into the ether. But like that showcase was, oh God. So it wasn't like a Sonic like anniversary show in which that fucking buzzing is there and it's cringe and all that shit. It's not Konami at E3 in which it's so laughably ill produced that it feels like total amateurs. But it was like calculated but lazy in a way that.
Can I tell you guys something, a little inside baseball? And she said this publicly, so I'm okay saying it. My friend Selena was the host on that show, and that's what I was the most excited to see.
Mm-hmm.
And she told me like the day before, like, oh, I'm gonna be on the Silent Hill thing. So I was like, oh, I'll watch it for you. She said publicly that all of the English script was changed on the spot when they were on the set by her and all the other English speakers. So when you say it felt lazy, like it just feels like lazily put together.
I'm not referring to the dialogue.
So I only saw the trailers for the games. I didn't see the stage show, but it sounds like, I guess there was it was weird.
So I'm not referring to the dialogue. I'm referring specifically to the themes and like bullet points of the presentation as they went. So the very first thing that happens is they're playing music so fucking loud as part of the presentation that you cannot hear the presenters. So they have subtitles on. So thank God, because you can't hear them. The audio mixing is crazy shit. And now I'm remembering that's not what the first thing. The first thing that happens to give you like the best possible experience was it's a YouTube thing, and it's like it's gonna go live on YouTube at 1:50 p.m. Pacific time. And 1:50 p.m. rolls around, and it's not a YouTube premiere. It's just a video, and the video has 10 minutes of buildup on it that you then just skip past because it's just a YouTube video and it's not a premiere because whoever put it together did not know what a YouTube premiere was.
They just like uploaded it.
Oh boy.
So that's that.
I'm curious because look, hey, I'm new to the party, right? I'm new to the room. I just got through the trilogy for the first time, and those games are pretty good. So I don't know what the perspective on the series is from anything post 3, except for
the long form feeling.
Except for the osmosis feelings of despair and sadness and downpour, homecoming, etc. And then of course the ones that I was testing. But the overall feeling I got was this is an aggressive attempt from Konami to be like, let's undead Silent Hill after the PT fiasco, and let's undead it by announcing like 5 things at the same time.
It's even worse than that.
It's way worse than that.
The actual reason is worse.
They actually say the real reason out loud in the presentation, and that's why it's so awful.
Okay.
So they show us the Silent Hill 2 trailer, which ends with like the shot of like James looking at Mary's giant head in the sky.
Yes.
Which
She's in
made
heaven,
me
guys.
lose it.
Yeah.
It's
also
it's
it ends with a. It literally ends with a fart noise too. Like.
No, it doesn't. Come on. Does it?
Watch it. Rewatch it. There's a loud fart noise.
So you're looking at it and you're like, this is worrying, because Bloober Team's problem is subtlety and craft, and it's like the least subtle fucking thing in the world. It's like hitting the same beats, but it's like hitting them with a hammer. And you're like, okay, well, we're going to reserve judgment. We only saw a little bit. They show Laura, but they don't let Laura talk, which dodges the thing I said last week, in which we're going to see Laura talk, and it's going to be a 35-year-old woman pretending to be a little girl instead of an actual child.
You did say that.
And then they say, well, the reason why we're bringing Silent Hill back is to help promote the new movie Return to Silent Hill.
Oh, no.
With Christoph Gans and the producer of the Resident Evil movies on it. And then they show this long-form interview with Christoph Gans and the producer, where they don't say anything other than we're very excited to come back to Silent Hill, but it's been 16 years and we always wanted to make Silent Hill 2, blah, 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 blah. It'll be so good. And then my favorite quote is it comes off of that at the end. And like, we're coming off the movie and the presenter is like, man, that movie's going to be great. We can only hope that the game is as good as the new movie. Like, and that says it right there about what it's all about. Silent Hill 2 remake is
Sorry, hold on. Is that a fart?
Oh yeah, he's listening to it.
Hold on.
Yeah.
It is. I'm telling you. I'm sorry.
Okay. Distorted. It's a horror fart, but sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
So then they show off the 2 spin-off games, which look interesting. They're by different devs. They're by completely different devs.
I am friends with the director of Silent Hill F.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's a couple.
Looks
there's a couple
most
of
interesting by far.
Mm-hmm. But so they say straight up in the presentation, which again I jump to trailers, man. But they say this is all just about the movie push.
Yes, the movie came first, and then they're like, well, let's revitalize Silent Hill around the movie.
Oh, that's brutal.
Which I don't know if you guys remember, they did that already with Silent Hill Revelation 3D with the HD collection and Downpour, which were great games, by the way. Just phenomenal 10 out of 10 games. And
so it wasn't it wasn't a sudden realization that they were sitting on something gold and beloved, and we should appreciate it for what it is.
You know my favorite part about this whole thing was, Wooly, do you remember last week in which I described a question of how is it decided who gets to work on Silent Hill? And I said, well, here's how it's decided. An Eastern European developer comes to Konami with a demo that they have built, and they say, boy, we sure love Silent Hill 1, 2, and 3, and we would love to be part of the future of this franchise, and we will do it for $20. And Konami goes, yeah, okay, sure. And that is how every single Silent Hill game after 4 got greenlit and made. And then they literally tell a version of the same story in this presentation for how they chose Bloober Team, in which the team came to them with a fucking prototype and said, oh boy, we love Silent Hill so much. We would love to remake Silent Hill 2. Look, we made other games that are kind of like it. And then in brackets, parentheses, implicit, but we will make it for cheapsies because our dollar isn't very strong out here in Eastern Europe / Poland. So give us Silent Hill 2.
We recreated Alessa's bedroom in the medium. Look at it. We can do it, guys. Just trust us, please.
I guess I just from seeing that trailer and hearing about the previous Bloober experiences and whatnot and the well, whatever, the low tier god dot zip that game is about. It seems, providing that they just stick to this and not change anything, and it is just shot for shot, but
Yeah.
better.
So here's my problem with that. So
Well, just to finish the thought, I kind of was like, oh, I could see that being all right. I watched a trailer. I was like, okay, lighting is sharp. I could see that being all right, providing nothing changes that much.
So there's a part before they move off of Silent Hill 2 where they want to like, hey guys, it's going to be really great. Let's go talk to the people making it. And the people they decide to talk to is they cut to Masahiro Ito. He walks onto the screen and goes, I am working on the character designs for Silent Hill 2 Remake, and I am excited. And my brain goes, those character designs are fucking done. They were done 20 years ago. There's nothing to do. You could use the original sketches and just 3D model them at a higher fidelity. And then they go over to, here is who else is working on it. And they cut to Akira Yamaoka, who's going, oh man, I am loving redoing the soundtrack for Silent Hill 2 Remake. I'm going to make a whole new soundtrack, but it will be the same soundtrack, but it'll be a new soundtrack. And I go, okay, he's a talented musician, and Ito is a talented character designer. And then they cut, and then they talk for like a long time. And the interesting thing is, it's like 20 minutes before they get to, hey, how about we talk to a single human being at Bloober Team? And then when they cut to people at Bloober Team, it's like the director and I think the art director, and we're really excited. Cut to work on Silent Hill 2.
And they showed gray box footage of the game, like the actual game that you're supposed to play, and it's like, oh, this probably isn't even anywhere
like
near.
It feels all smoke and mirrors.
No, because I was gonna say, like, when it comes to music and art, like, if you just grab the old one and it's a new game, and so, like, rehiring the artist, rehiring the music director and the art director, and having them work on it in a full capacity is like a better thing to do than just kind of going like, oh, we can just grab the old one and it'll be fine, like, but whatever, I guess the whatever Bloober does, if, like I said, if it ends up being like a Blue Point type situation where it's just like there's nothing to contribute creatively except for, like, lighting changes here and there.
Well, they're changing the camera angle, so they're doing a behind the shoulder kind of thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's at least that.
Okay.
Which is interesting, because I feel like I would have liked it more if they did sort of like the semi-fixed, like overhead camera that Silent Hill's always had.
So Silent Hill 2 has
Bloober Team has experience doing that with the medium. Like, the medium is a fully fixed camera angle game, and that's like the one thing I love about that game. Like, everything else I just kind of hate it, but it just, like, I feel like it would have, like, for Silent Hill specifically, like, I feel like there would be more, like, I guess, artistic integrity there. Like,
it's
more
a really
interest.
bad pick, because Silent Hill 1, 2, and 3, I mean, Willie, you just ran through them. They are the games with fixed camera angles that fuck with the camera angles the most. There are so many rooms you enter into in which your character is looking at you, and you're just given like a weird claustrophobic shot. In Silent Hill 1, when you're walking through the streets,
you get like, the back alley,
camera angles from like underneath a lawnmower and shit like that.
That was the first one that made me go, oh, we're doing things interesting here. But not when you're running around the town. When you're running around the town, that is a third-person game. Like, Gen 1, not Gen 1, but whatever, third person PlayStation game. Like, camera is fully on a swivel, and if the over the shoulder stuff was for those moments, that would make sense. But if it's for everything else, then that does change the experience quite a bit.
And to add to your point, like, the literal, like, one shot that looked completed that they showed was James walking around the town, but they did show gray box footage of him, like, aiming a gun over the shoulder at a nurse. So I don't know. I don't know.
Like, there's a million little details, and I'm glad Susie's here for this specifically, because Resident Evils and the Resident Evil remakes are an excellent comparison. I was going through it and I was nitpicking the fucking shit out of it, right? The nurse design is wrong. It's not different. It's actually literally incorrect, because the bobblehead doesn't extend down to her neck. she's got bobblehead and then regular like evil skin.
Person, yeah.
It's like, no, she's supposed to be. She's supposed to be a condom wearing a nurse's outfit.
Yeah,
Okay.
Little stuff like that. But also the presentation, it's cutting back to old footage of Silent Hill 2. It's spoiling the whole game, like crazy spoiling the whole game. Like, it's wild. It's a remake announcement, and they're like showing like characters dying left and right. But the second thing to that is they're using footage from the HD collection, and you can tell it's footage from the HD collection because you can pick out the bugs they couldn't get out of the footage.
But
they have a shot of Maria
stream,
upside down, and you can see the fucking teeth texture in her eyeball.
Wait, can you actually see it? Because I paused it at that point and I couldn't see the teeth. Is there another shot where they show the teeth?
No, it's when she's getting stabbed upside down, and it's the eye closest to the camera. You can see the fucking teeth like next to the eyelid.
Again.
That's a bug from HD collection.
Yeah, and only from HD collection.
Her eye is replaced with her teeth texture.
Yeah. So all this stupid shit, and then you get to, oh man, then you get to my favorite part, which is they take a second before they announce Silent Hill F. They're like, hey guys, let's have a break. We're going to talk about merchandise. Do you guys want to buy Silent Hill merchandise? And this is probably the best part of the whole presentation, because the first thing they show off is, bro, you know that meme of James going, Mary's sick, yeah bitch, so am I, and he's doing a kickflip? Well, guess what? You too can buy 4 admittedly excellent looking skateboards.
Yeah.
That are Silent Hill themed.
Okay. Sure.
And they're like, here's a Pyramid Head figurine. Here's another Pyramid Head figurine. Here's a red pyramid thing figurine, which you get to see chat blow their own asshole out because they didn't even get the name right. It's like, actually, the character's name is Red Pyramid Thing, you fucking idiots.
It's true.
But my favorite is they're like, here's this crazy gigantic diorama of one of the most impactful moments in Silent Hill history. Do you remember when Pyramid Head was chasing Maria to the elevator and then he killed her with the great knife? You too can spend hundreds of dollars and get this massive diorama of Pyramid Head attacking Maria at the elevator with the great knife. Not the spear, which is what happens and is what's real. No, the great knife.
So
and
you
I'm like,
spoil it and you don't even know
and it's the wrong
what the game is doing.
No.
Yeah.
And it's like they spoil it, they don't even know, or alternatively, this is based off of the new variation in the remake in which they've changed it to the knife, at which point you go, you fucked it up. It's supposed to be the spear because it preludes the spear stuff at the fucking prison, because then you're going to be fighting Pyramid Head with spears, so you can take his knife because he's not carrying the knife anymore.
Is he gonna like awkwardly like hold the blade and then like stab himself in the
best part about like him holding the knife is that the hallway's too small for him to swing it.
Yeah.
Oh.
So he literally can't.
I did see a statue of the dog console.
That's the best thing in the whole fucking presentation.
That looked pretty fucking sick.
I might get that.
That looked really cool. Damn. Okay. That sucks about that other stuff. Shit.
It just felt like every 5 minutes they were just like, oh god, Maria's hanging upside down. Oh my god,
it was this feeling. It was like, ah.
Okay.
Are you gonna spoil? You spoiled it. Wow. Enjoy the remake, people who haven't played this game.
Yeah, well, I guess when it comes to
fun.
remakes too, there's 2 ways to go about it, right? You can either go about it like, we're marketing this to everyone who already knows what it is and we don't give a fuck, or like we're trying to get your nostalgia, or like treating it like, oh, perfect for getting new people into it, you know? But so I guess, is it like in a space that's like, well, kind of like Dead Space, where you're like, okay, we expected this remake to come, here it is, it looks like it's not going well, but we'll have to see with more footage?
No, here's what it is. Silent Hill 2 remake is a remake of Silent Hill 2, but it is also the movie game to Return to Silent Hill, which is going to be about James going to find his wife.
Yeah.
Like, they are using the term Silent Hill 2 remake and the fact that it is an old game to confuse the fact that this is a movie tie-in game that is going to be coming out probably alongside the feature film, which is probably going to be trash.
I just thought of something.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask.
Okay.
You need to ask that in a lot more detail. I have no idea
Okay.
what you're asking me.
I know what you're talking about, and I don't think it was.
Okay.
I don't think they said anything about.
Okay. Well,
So maybe.
there's
Oh
silent...
no, it wasn't. No, now I remember. Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's not.
So there was that game announced, but then there was also Silent Hill Ascension, Townfall, and F.
I fucking forgot about Townfall.
Imagine like an early 2000s Game Informer ad that looks nothing like the game it's advertising, and it just says, "Are you town?" Like, "Are you down?" Silent Hill, Townfall.
Oh god, I literally completely fucking forgot.
Are you town?
Oh man.
That was the first thing I thought of when I heard about Townfall.
Yeah.
I have to say, like, this game, like, actually deleted itself from my mind. I have to go look at it again because I can't remember what you're talking about.
So
is that the podcast title? Are you town?
You saw me type it?
Yeah.
Oh, the irony, of course, is that Townfall actually looks promising, and the devs have actually made 2 fairly good spooky horror games prior. It just has the shittiest name of all time.
Yes.
Susie, I'm going with the working title. Attention, BAYONUTTERS. Are you town?
I approve. I approve.
Oh, I hate it. Also, I have to say, as a game that had fucking Silent Hill's subtitling problems continue, as we now have like Downpour, Homecoming, and Townfall, and for some reason, Downpour and Townfall sound like wildly similar, especially since Henry Townsend is the character from like just fucking just stop.
Okay. Well, okay, so to actually elaborate, then Townfall is it's co-produced by Annapurna, No Code Studios, and yeah, this one is not a ton in the trailer except for just a shot of a radio and then like someone's face for like a half second. So it's nothing to really say about it yet. I guess the Annapurna part was a bit odd because I'm like, they're a publisher, right? Like, that's
Annapurna, yeah.
Yeah.
No choice, I think, is the devs.
Yeah. No code.
No code? No choice. Whatever.
So kind of like, why would they co-publish? But maybe it's because Konami's game wing is non-existent, so working with another publisher can actually help them do the things they can't do anymore.
Yeah. They have soccer that they make. That's it.
And pachinko mines.
Yes.
I want to talk about Silent Hill Ascension.
And then next was Ascension, which
the Dead by Daylight video game.
And Walking Dead as well, right? So Silent Hill Ascension is described as a community-driven interactive streaming series.
Yes.
Now what that
started
sounds
off,
like...
it's preview with like people talking to each other about how to escape in text messages.
Oh shit! You run, yeah.
Yeah.
So that sounds to me like the worst of a Netflix game, combined with community voting like decisions, and that's about what I would expect of that descriptor.
We got Dusk Golem interviewing one of the people behind the game to clarify what it is. Quote, in basic, a narrative branching choice cloud streaming experiment that is going to be aired once as a mini series to tune into, and has community made choices affect character relations, fates, and if they live or die.
Twitch plays Telltale's Silent Hill.
Silent
That
Hill,
had that had the funniest.
Yeah.
Hey, let's get a quote from the people working on it of the whole show, in which they're like, J.J. Abrams is working on it. Here's a quote from J.J. Abrams in a letter, and it's just, I am very excited to work on Silent Hill Ascension, end quote.
Hey guys, I love Silent Hill.
Like, they didn't even get like a photo to go with it, and
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure he doesn't know he's working on it.
So it says that it's going to shape the canon as well. So like whatever
that's
happens is
that's
going to.
a bunch of bullshit.
Well, so the
Silent Hill canon is even worse than Resident Evil canon.
I mean, it just makes me wonder. It's like, okay, so are you going to create a series of outcomes, and are you deliberately, like, obviously the most insane, chaotic one will be the one that the audience goes with every single time. Are you prepared for a world where that ends up being the case? You know. Also, does canon really matter when Silent Hill has a bunch of standalone stories with the connecting thread being the town and the okay.
All
right.
with multiple
the town
endings,
is evil.
by the way. Like,
Evil town, governments, drugs, cults.
The only thing that actually
churches.
matters is town evil.
Cool.
this time, Pyramid Head's spear pierces through both Maria and James, ending the broadcast altogether.
Fucking hate it so much.
Why not just make like a big online game where you all pilot a UFO and you help just destroy Silent Hill as you're being called in for backup?
That would be fucking awesome.
Just lean all the way in. You are one of the UFO armada, and your job is to destroy this town, Blast Core style. Just go.
It really says a lot about all of this project is that Masahiro Ito has been like, you know, he has a Twitter. People know that he worked on those games and they ask him questions. But ever since this announcement, like, he seems fucking miserable.
Yeah.
Because he's having to deal with like the Silent Hill community again, and it sucks.
Right. So the tweet in question, there were a couple of things that came up about this where Ito is straight up just yelling at fools on Twitter who are talking about, I guess what I didn't know, but so there was a fan theory called the mirror theory in which
yes,
James is apparently looking at you in the mirror if you brighten up the saturation on that scene. And people are arguing with the art director himself about that being real, and he's like, no, it's fucking not. You're creating your own headcanons. Where is this coming from?
Yeah,
and
no, it's literally like, if you put the saturation up, like, yeah, James is technically looking at you, but they didn't fucking build that scene with that level of saturation. It's they just posed the model. That's just where the mirror where James happens to look.
That, like, Twitter is really a fucking wild ride where we're in a timeline where, like, the fan theory is not just going to sit there. You're going to take it to the creator and yell at them to say, no, my theory is real now, and you have to acknowledge it, and I will defeat you with facts and logic. Like, it's crazy.
so frustrating. Like, yeah. I mean, this is the same guy that literally tweeted, I wish I never designed fucking Pyramid Head while he was working on this.
Oh yeah, no, he
Hill
hates
theory.
Pyramid Head.
So,
yeah.
like,
and also
mascot.
what's the best part about it is, like, you see Pyramid Head like walking around in the trailer, and my gut reaction is the design of Pyramid Head is incorrect. His head is shaped to be like the movie version. And it's his original head is like super wide and super flat, and he's supposed to be weird looking, not scary. So the movie version has a triangular point.
Okay.
It is actually a pyramid head
instead of the flat.
Instead of having a really wide, flat trapezoid, it's like a quadrilateral. And I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh, this was designed to be more like the movie version, and very likely designed to be the new movies version. so there's continuity. Like, I don't know how much input Ito is having compared to the concept artist on the film, which that shit is being brought. It sucks. Everything about this sucks.
It just
It
like
sucks. I don't like it. It smells bad.
I just looked at a picture of it and of the Pyramid Head, like the new one, and I did not even like register that. But you're very right. Like it's supposed to be like a Porygon looking thing.
Yeah.
You know, like
Pyramid Head is supposed to look strange. He's
he
not
also has,
supposed to look like a
leather
movie
panel.
monster.
He's got like one panel on his head is like leather and like sunken in. It looks really
Yeah,
weird.
and he's got a little hole at the front left that a little gross thing comes out of sometimes.
now
Very rarely.
I don't think that, let's say Silent Hill was in the hands of any other company. I don't think that other game studios would have resisted the urge to turn him into a mascot. But of all the companies to make the decisions on something that should be a super personal enemy that should never show up for anyone else in any other context, Konami is the worst possible direction you could go with.
So
Yeah.
you say that, and it's actually a really great point that you made, because I actually cut myself off from my earlier point, which is like, yeah, I'm nitpicking the absolute shit out of it. Susie, when Remake 2 got announced, we both spent like hours and hours and hours going through every fucking screenshot of footage and be like, "Ooh, look at that! Ooh, look at that!" and nitpicking it. And guess what? We were happy. We're like, "Oh, look at they moved the liquor. Ah, he's gonna be somewhere else, but the claw marks are still there. Ah, cool. They're messing with our perspective." Here, I'm just like, meh. But you bring up
it's just like
Sorry,
you feel like it's just like a feeling of emptiness when you see it here, just because like the company itself was like, this is why this exists. It's for a movie, you know, where like Resident Evil has never done that. It's more just like there's more, you know, Capcom is a mega corporation. Let's not defend the mega corporation, but there's more goodwill there, I guess, if that makes sense. Like that, you know, when you see like an RE2 remake, you kind of know that you're gonna get something like pretty good.
The hope within that. Sorry.
I just because I'm responding to your earlier point.
You're right. Go on.
Capcom made an extraordinarily popular personalized villain in Resident Evil 2 with Mr. X, a character that is never called Mr. X. People just loved him so much they called him Mr. X, and we're calling him that 20 years later. And then when it came to make the next game, they're like, let's make a different one and make the whole game about him. And they made Nemesis. And then they never brought Nemesis back ever again.
Awesome.
Because they're like, that was the character for that game. And
I was gonna say that
Resident Evil treats itself like garbage. Like it doesn't give a shit. It's pop schlock bullshit. And the fact that they treated like their fucking Monster Mans better than this like emotional fucking
and it would
deep
make so
meaning
much
character is silly.
And it's not like it's a psychological story where Mr. X and Leon must do battle. You know what I mean? Like there's
he's a big monster man. You shoot with your gun.
So the link is even more tenuous, and they had more respect for it. That's a pretty good point.
Can you imagine if Nemesis became like the mascot and like just started showing up everywhere? Like, oh, Leon has to fight Nemesis again. Wait, I thought I blew him up with a nuke. Like, what happened?
Yeah, that would suck.
I was gonna say that, like, in terms of like, you know, the large game company, the big corp that can still produce something with love in it, right? The hopes you have to have is something, I guess, almost like a Street Fighter 6 situation, where you're like, okay, within this giant company, the people that they put in charge of this project really care about it and are fans of it and understand it from all angles and are people that have been wanting to work on this as a dream project, you know? That's when you're like, okay, within this giant framework, you can get something good out of it because the people who are making the decisions care, and it shows, you know? So I don't, like, again, like, I would love to see what the Konami game division name list even looks like. I assume it's just a bunch of board members, and then everything is just outsourced to
add to that. Like, if you look at Capcom, like as a comparison point, like there's a level of trust there between the higher ups and these like storied game developers who still work at Capcom that is just not present at Konami. Like you see that, like we've seen it, like, you know, oh fuck Kojima, blah blah blah, like all this kind of stuff, like basically like pushing him out of the door, like during like the Phantom Pain like development cycle, and then it's like, and then like compare that to Itsuno coming out on stage and screaming DMC is back. Like there's just
it's
we do
even,
it, sure.
even at its
But
even
at it,
yeah.
even at its worst, you have situations where Konami was like, yeah, I don't like this guy. Let's go make him be a janitor at the fucking health club. Versus Capcom, in which there are at least
they
two
did that with one
situations.
guy. No, I'm just
There are
kidding.
at least two situations of Capcom that I know of in that we're like, how do we fire this guy? I don't know. Promote him. Put him in a different part of the company and give him more money.
Send him to that branch over there.
Until he fucking gets tired and quits.
Yeah.
After destroying a entire genre of
That
games.
happened twice with two different
It
guys.
did. And we don't even have to say anyone's name. Like you guys in the chat could speculate like all you want.
Just what's going on over at that branch? Is that smoke? What's happened?
Why does this genre of game that we make for 30 years just kind of fucking suck now and have no content in it? Like, what's going on?
I mean, at least we're not on the path that decided to like.
And why does it look so much better now that that guy's gone?
That's
What's
weird,
going
huh?
on?
Hey, what?
That's crazy.
What do you? Hey, what? Susie, come on now.
I didn't say
We're a
anything.
professional podcast. We don't.
Very fancy podcast.
Yeah. No one.
Anyway.
What? Oh no. You shouldn't be saying
Oh,
those
no.
things. Oh,
Why are you saying that?
Why would you do that? That's crazy.
Oh, if you want to keep talking about this, I'd have to say it's a no from me.
That's a no from me too.
It looks like I was in
What's that?
a fool nay
Oh,
situation.
come on. Oh.
That was hard. That was,
What was that?
Oh, that's
Was-
not going to happen.
Wasn't there a song that was trending on TikTok with the oh no 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 oh no 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 oh no anyways with at least we don't live in a timeline where the Metal Gear Survive situation was a like successful and direction to go in, where they could just continue to like necromancy their franchises.
Oh, yeah. No,
you know?
that was like, hey, can we keep Metal Gear going without? No. Okay, we can't. No.
Like-
We absolutely cannot.
like at least, you know, while the staff was still there. Anyways, what is what was
You know what the
also-
worst part about the Silent Hill shit is?
Mhm.
I have to fucking cover every single one of those in exhaustive detail, or else I will never hear the end of it.
It's
Like,
true.
I have to. I literally have to.
That's what's great about my channel is that I haven't even made a Silent Hill 1 video yet, so people don't really expect it from me.
Well, now you have to wait until they're all out, so you have all the context.
That's right. So I can make retroactive jokes at the Silent Hill 2 remake while I'm talking about the original game in the video. Wow.
Is Twin Perfect going to come back to life as a result of this? No, it's not. But still,
So there was another game. There's a Silent Hill F.
easily the most interesting thing there.
So
Really
this
cool.
is there's a trailer showing off 1960s Japan. It's written by Ryuukishi 07, who's the writer for Higurashi, and there's a schoolgirl with a bunch of flowers growing out of her, and it's pretty gross.
I think the word's tryptophobia.
Yes,
If you have it,
Tryptophobia.
fucking don't look at that trailer.
Mm-hmm.
It's bad.
Umineko.
It's messed up.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Even if that game is complete garbage, the idea of a Silent Hill game that does not actually take place even in the United States is totally fascinating, and I want to see what the explanation for that is.
Same.
Yeah.
And the Silent Hill theme in a Japanese instrumental
great.
style goes a
That
little
was cool.
too hard.
That was really
Like, it
cool.
goes way too
I
hard.
thought that was dope. Yeah. But that is exactly the question, though. Like, the weirdness of like a Japanese developer interpreting an American town and having that weird filter and that weird flavor to it. Now going back to an actual Japanese story, it's like, okay, that's cool. Why is it Silent Hill related though? You know, that's why even use.
You
the
know
name?
what? There is actually a game that has already done this directly, which is members of Team Silent went over and made
Forbidden and
Siren
Siren, yeah. I
Blood
was gonna say that.
Curse specifically, because Blood Curse also uses Lotus Hole imagery for its monsters, and it takes place with Americans in a Japanese town.
Well, Siren is made by the creator of Silent Hill.
Yeah, but
Keiichiro
1 and 2
Koyama.
suck, so I don't want to talk. I don't like them.
Can't believe.
But do any of the Silent Hills beyond 3 like actively not involve Silent Hill?
No. Oh well, 4 doesn't, but it does.
Okay.
And a little bit of your favorite, Homecoming, Pat.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
You go there. The implication for there's like 8 games. The implication is that the borders of Silent Hill are expanding out into Middle America. But like if the borders of Silent Hill are expanding all the way out past the West Coast into Japan, like it's the end of the fucking world. Like there's
Yeah,
Pretty
the world
much.
is done.
Yeah. And Pyramid Head pulls out a samurai sword and fucking just gets its katana ready.
You say
I mean, you
that,
say
but
that.
that might happen. That might actually happen.
Pyramid Head
God.
showing up and just shink.
Yeah. He's
Fuck.
already got like the hakama, like lower half, you know.
Yeah.
Like, he's got it.
I
I think it looks really cool.
Hate it
looks,
while thinking it's cool. That's the correct response.
Yes. Yeah. I think it looks really cool. It looks interesting. I'm excited to see the game, like the actual game, like play out, because that was admittedly a concept trailer, but yeah, it did remind me a lot of just like Siren. I was like, this is like Siren, like because even Siren, like Blood Curse, like has that like fungal kind of like growing out of human body theme going on. So yeah, I'm that's the one thing where I was like, this looks really cool, you know.
And oh, damn it. Okay, I was like,
before we move on, can I trigger Pat real quick?
Yeah, hit me. See if you can do it.
I'm gonna do it right now.
Yeah. Okay.
And probably several people in the
All right.
chat.
I'm ready.
Do you think are you ready for Silent Hill 2's remakes soundtrack to have lyrics added to the songs
You've got to be fucking kidding
that are gonna be right on your nose?
wait,
Because you know they're gonna do it.
Oh,
They're gonna do it. You know it.
Like, was that a part of the? I didn't catch that. Was that a thing in the trailer?
No. That's just me.
Okay.
That's just her.
Like,
I mean,
wife. I'm sad because of my dead wife. Oh,
just full on Snyder style, right on the nose, playing the script through the music. I mean, in 3, when the one of the most banger tracks on that soundtrack is the Mongolian throat singing as you walk to the final room. So I'm down for lyrics like that. That's sick.
yeah. Vocals are fine. But
I mean, Mary
lyrics that
Elizabeth
explain
McGlynn
the
always
game.
has 3 to 6 vocal tracks per Silent Hill game, but those vocal tracks are like fucking hidden away. One's always in the credits, and one is in 60% through the game in some emotional state in which the character is like screaming into a floor. Any more than that, don't want it.
So the writer here, because I was like, what? Have I heard this before? And yeah, Umi Neko was there was a fighting game for it that I played. Golden Fantasia. There we go. Okay, I can contextualize this now. I was gonna ask though, is the writer, is that a A good solid yes. Is that a quality?
I have
A quality
absolutely
pick?
no familiarity with Higurashi or any of their other work.
Okay.
I don't know either, but everyone was really excited about it, so I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, cool.
Good pick. Good pick.
I've
All
been
right.
told by the scrolling words to my left that yes, that is good.
Cool. Right. So that's the big old Konami. Hey, look at us, we're back. Thing.
No,
Please
you're
watch,
not.
Please watch the movie. Meanwhile,
Want to? Wooly, you probably don't know this story about Silent Hill 1, the film. But do you remember how the main character is changed from Harry Mason to Rose Mason? It's a lady.
Okay.
So the reason why that is because Christophe and Roger Avery, noted car murderer and original writer of the Silent Hill 1, in that not that he murdered cars and that he ran people over with his car and went to jail for killing them with his car. Looked at Harry Mason and was like, man, Harry Mason seems pretty gay. He's fainting all the time. He's unsure of himself. He's panicking. These are very effeminate traits. This doesn't seem like how a man would act chasing after his daughter. So in order to be true to the character, we're going to change him into a lady. And I want to, and the quote is so fucking ridiculous.
Wow.
It goes on to say, we are not casting Harry as a lady to be politically correct. There is no political correctness in Silent Hill. So we want to be extra sure that we're not giving the role to a lady just to hire a lady.
No,
we're giving the role of this character to a lady because Harry is too much of a effeminate baby man.
Yeah, got it.
Only a woman would faint and be scared in, I don't know, Silent Hill.
Your literal worst fears are being manifested before you.
Christ, man.
And this man is going to direct the movie that is going to set the tone of the remake.
Wait, so why?
Developed by Bloober team, who are famous for their handling of touchy subjects like mental illness and, other things that are really bad.
Oh boy.
I can't wait for the, you know what? I was right. I don't feel guilty at all ending. High five, Laura.
Leave 2.0 ending.
Let's go fucking skateboard.
Yeah, let's go to the skate park.
Staircase fire scene. Get the fuck up those stairs. You get up there. Hurry up. What the fuck? So why in my head do I have through osmosis the vibe that people were like, oh, the Silent Hill movie was all right. That was one of the okay video game movies.
I can answer that question.
Why is that in my brain?
Have you seen Silent Hill 1, the film?
No.
Silent Hill 1, the film is a really interesting, well-directed film for about 60%, maybe 70%. And then the movie decides to become terrible and is complete dog shit for the rest of its runtime.
Okay.
That is why.
Okay.
Wooly, you know the shot right at the start of the first game when you walk down the alleyway and the camera is on the floor and then it goes up and then they literally recreated that in the movie and you're like, wow, someone cared.
It's
and
not
then
just
then you get to a point and you're like, someone doesn't care anymore.
Yeah, it wasn't just that somebody cared. It also, when you're seeing it in a film, you're like, no, wait, that is a cool shot. Yeah. It's not just a cool shot for video games. That's a genuinely really cool shot. And then you get to the 70% mark and they realize they have to cut over an hour and a half of the film's runtime to make theater concessions. And they just have Alessa stand in front of the camera and look at the camera and then just catch you up on the story in like a 4-minute flashback sequence.
Oh, God.
And then the story doesn't know what to do, so they just kill everybody.
Yeah.
It fucking completely falls apart. It's crazy.
You get barbed wire going into someone's vagina and ripping them in half.
And then you talk to the director and he's like, we wanted to have Pyramid Head kill everybody in the church, But we didn't have the money for it, so we just thought up something with barbed wire, and the CG guys handled it. And you're like, yeah,
Nice.
that's the
Cool.
fucking craft I want.
Man.
The other reason that people
Okay.
talk fondly about that movie is that the degloving scene is actually one of the
Yeah.
coolest horror movie kills of all time.
Oh,
'Cause
the skin rip thing?
Yeah,
I heard about that.
It's-
I heard about
it's
that.
a good
Yeah,
one.
Yeah.
Because at
Okay.
first you're like, Pyramid Head is choking this woman. He just ripped all of her clothes off. He just ripped all of her skin off.
And he
Mm,
throws
Threw
it
it at a
character.
door. Yeah.
Jeez,
And then just
okay.
carries this woman's like skinned body around.
Her meat just away,
meat.
and you're like, wow, that's a bad dude. That is a scary
Yeah,
villain.
that's fucked.
The movie also has like a real problem that you get to about 2/3, in which you realize that the main characters can't actually be threatened, because each time they're about to die, the nightmare shit fades away because they have no ability to defend themselves. And once you do that 2 or 3 times, you realize that they can't be any danger because they don't have any way of defending themselves. And then when it gets too close, the movie has to go, I'm backing off so the story can continue.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Damn.
then Sybil happens. And you're like, that's not the ending I got in the video game.
Dude,
I did all the things.
man, so
Why did
in
they
the
do
film,
that to her?
Sybil lights up a couple monsters because she's a confident lady with a short haircut,
Mm-hmm.
and then they cut like 90 minutes of them wandering around the town and fighting other monsters. So when she pulls out her piece to shoot some guy hassling her, despite the fact that she's only shot like 4 bullets in the entire movie, she's out of ammo because they cut all parts of the
continuity
movie
shit.
out where she shoots people. And so she like
yeah.
fucking loses it and gets killed as a result of
Oh my
events
god,
you don't
that's
see.
stupid. And you look like a fucking unprofessional, like asshole.
Yeah.
Wait, did you really go on patrol with a clip that was like half full? Sybil?
Okay. Man,
Oh.
okay. Well,
This is dangerous with me and you on this podcast
That's
this week,
wild.
Susie, because we could just
Yeah.
fucking do this forever.
because like,
Yeah.
like to me, like part 1, like the most impactful thing about that shit was ending B was such a fucking ridiculous gut punch, like holy shit moment. And like overall, the qualities that Harry has are just a super concerned dad really trying to figure out where his kid is, you know? Like,
Well, he's supposed to be a Stephen King protagonist.
okay.
He's supposed to be some guy, which was their explanation for why the controls are bad. Going like, fucking skinless pterodactyl attacked me. Fuck.
So, but like, is it
Right?
like, because it just sounds like it's like almost like, okay, like if the director wanted an action hero, that's what literally every other franchise is about, you know? Like, it's so weird that you would come to the one that specifically wasn't just to come to that conclusion. Anyway, whatever.
Yeah, so you know what? If you wanted to have an action hero as a Silent Hill protagonist in order to have like melee combat combos, what you do is you make your protagonist a veteran. You make them somebody coming back from Iraq or maybe Vietnam and have them be all traumatized and shit. But you know, they know their way around hand-to-hand combat right up until the point where it turns out they're not a veteran, and that entire excuse for why the game plays that way is complete fucking bullshit, and they just wanted to do sick combos in a Silent Hill game.
Pat, he read the training manual in the mental
Fuck
asylum.
off.
The training manual is right there at the start of the
That's
game.
Bullshit.
He got
He's
really
doing like
good at it.
spinning knife combos.
Does anyone ever get that
He became
backstep?
a Green Beret. Come on.
Does anyone ever get that Silent Hill 1, the Mason backstep? Because that thing.
Oh,
like,
the sorry ladies backstep where you backstep out of the room when there's too many babes.
I crushed like everything in that game just relying on the footsies of that backstep and a pipe. It was sick.
I don't think you ever get. Oh, I guess Heather gets like a royal guard.
She doesn't get it though. You have to step backwards without like a swerve, you know? Like anyway,
Yeah.
I was labbing the combat system and I was having a good time. We find a way. Anyways, on the other side of the survival horror sphere, because, well, sphere.
What year is it?
Yeah.
These are the games we're talking about.
Again, it's Susie week because fucking Resident
That's
Evil
right.
4 got
Yay.
revealed with extra footage as well, and lots of stuff from
Like
Capcom on RE4
Like
remake.
way too much footage. Like
It
way
got
too much.
revealed with the footage that was like they didn't have to put that much out. They could have put out a 30-second clip of him running into the village and doing the one roundhouse kick,
It's the
and
entire
everyone would have
sequence.
gone. Everyone would have gone, oh, cool, the roundhouse kick shit's still in, so the suplexes are still in, so all that shit is okay, good, I'm done, just send it to me, give it to me now. But instead they showed a ton of footage.
They explained like basically just how every new mechanic functions, which was like a dream for me. It's just like, oh, thank you so much for like confirming this game as like a weird survival horror action game, like just like a perfect definition of that. Like
Spike Spiegel style gun parries off the chainsaw in that
Knife
final-
well,
parries.
that's his knife.
knife parry.
And you can't
knife parry.
you can't go around doing it all the time because it does break the knife and you have to repair it.
It's
chainsaw parry.
balance
That's
it.
fucking wild.
It's really fascinating because we had the original remake back in 2004, I want to say, and that said, hey, you don't have a lot of player
2002.
control. 2002?
Yeah.
Jesus. You don't have a lot of player
I was
control when
thinking
an
about
enemy
it.
attacks you. So what if you had a taser? What if you had a knife? What if you had a grenade? Okay, so you hit the button, zombie attacks you, you stab him with the thing. Okay, great. And that didn't carry over into shit. Code Veronica had its busted knife, which was hilarious, but it didn't really carry over until Remake 2. And they go, hey, knife is back. What if you did knife stuff and the knife stayed in the guy? You can kill the guy and get your knife back, and the knife also has durability because the knife is actually super strong now. And if you unlock your frame rate, it's super strong.
Yeah.
You're like, okay. And then RE3 comes out and you got the dodge, and like, okay, so we're taking these little ideas from the older games, but each character is, much like in the older games, getting more physically proficient. Like Jill in RE3 laps Claire and Leon. Like it's not a problem. And then Leon in RE4 is an action man. So what do? You take Action Man and you give him the knife mechanics that have been built up through the remake series, and now he's got good aiming, the ability to move his damn feet, and the ability to parry chainsaws and fucking pitchforks with a knife, but it still degrades. So it's a resource, which is it's survival horror. It's a resource.
It's genius design because it's like literally everything you do with that knife like degrades its HP.
You do a lot of stuff with that knife.
Like now it's like, so if you don't have that knife, like you can't do parries, you can't attack with the knife, you can't break away with the knife, you can't down kill an enemy now because that's a new thing that they added from like 5 and 6, you know, where it's like if an enemy is laying on the ground, you no longer have to take your knife out and just like slowly stab them. You could just stab them in the neck and kill them like right away. Well,
and so
probably not later in the game.
The feeling in 2, the feeling in 2 of just like, shit, should I use it now? Oh fuck, I broke it. Okay, like as a super limited resource was pretty cool. I like that.
And it plays into the fantasy, which was kind of like back-loaded in 4, where Leon uses his knife a little bit in the castle. He uses it to get the drop on Ada. He throws it at Salazar. But then when Krauser shows up, we're knife fighting mans. We're basically reenacting the ending of Commando.
Yes.
But that's stuck in people's heads.
It's gonna be an actual boss fight now because we can parry, like, you know.
So, question for both of y'all, actually. They've showed a lot. Are you noticing remixed things like the other games
absolutely.
here that are like, okay.
Take it away, Susie.
The first one. So it's really funny because I'm actually making a video on this. So I go really in depth in that video. It's going to come out maybe tomorrow. Who knows? But the very first thing that stood out to me was, aside from the tone, like literally being 3.5, like the blue, like dark blue, like
his coat is not the coat from 4. It's the coat from Hookman demo.
His whole outfit is, because he has like the weird like Metal Gear Solid like crotch like bandolier thing going on too. The starting house is an actual house now. It's not just a one-room shack with a staircase that leads to very video gamey window that you jump out of, and that's the
Yeah.
only function. Like it's a giant house with hallways, multiple
You go into the
rooms,
basement.
and a
There's multiple
basement.
rooms in the basement.
Yeah. So from everything that I've deduced so far, it feels like, and I'm sure you'll understand this, Pat, but it actually feels like this game is getting the RE1 remake treatment, where like
Yeah.
everything that we've seen so far is like literally the same, like beat for beat, but just developed more. You know, like it feels like this is like the game that they wanted to make originally, which was the case for RE1 remake, you know.
It also has a lot of continuity in terms of design between the series of remakes. So, I mean, obviously Leon looks how he's supposed to look, but in RE4 you went into a one-room shack, the guy looks at you, goes, blah, I'm a monster, and you shoot him, and blah, 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 you run away. In this, so I looked at Village, and I'm like, Village feels like a bunch of Hookman ideas that they decided to fuck with. Like there's the doll stuff, which is directly from Hookman. There's some of the horror stuff. There's the hallucination stuff, etc. So in Village, in your starting position, you end up going into a basement of a house, the same way you do in RE7. And then you do a little stuff like that. And upon leaving, you're encountering your first enemy, which is now how that's going to play out in RE4, in a way that is also a callback to the new RE2 remake's first encounter with a zombie for Leon, in which he physically stops you from going down a hallway. You can't exactly avoid him. He's in your path. I think he's blocking a staircase. And in the original RE4, you could run around that dude. He didn't necessarily, like, he's in a nice little open room. You could go to the window and jump out, and he'd follow you in the back.
He like corners you.
This guy, yeah, it's unavoidable, and more importantly than anything, because he's attacking you in a basement, you actually see the fucking parasite like jerking around his head and breaking his neck out, because Plagas isn't a surprise anymore. Everybody's known about Las Plagas for like 20 years. There's no reason to hide the fact that these are weirdo parasite freaks. They do hide how bad it is with the weirdo parasite freaks.
In the first,
and it even goes down
when it first.
Sorry,
launched,
it even goes down.
Sorry,
after you. I'm sorry.
No, it was just a question about like when it first launched, because I played it, but I played it like way after. In the context you originally popped the game in on the first day, you were kind of like, oh, these are zombies, and then it takes a while before you realize that they're not, right?
No. In fact, the lead up to the game was literally all they would tell you about the enemies in RE4 was that they were not zombies. That was it. That was the only detail.
Okay.
And when you kill the first guy and examine him, what comes up is not a zombie.
Yeah, he's not a zombie. ...
Okay.
Like they're just like, yeah, they were just like enforcing it, just like, this is a completely new threat.
And so for a third of the game, you're like, what the are they just nuts? Are they it even continues down to
it's really cool how they're using like what you're saying, like literally everybody knows about Las Plagas and all this stuff, so like, yeah, why not just have the first enemy have tentacles coming out of every hole in his face? But like I talk about this in the video at great length, but I'm sure you noticed it too, Pat, because you notice everything. But like the Chainsaw Man now, like his eyes are literally popping out of the bag.
I did not notice that.
So
cool. Okay.
I think he was a guy whose head exploded prematurely, and they put a
he's holding
bag over his head.
That makes perfect sense.
Las Plagas can't function in light, you know. So and if you look like really carefully, like around the holes,
okay,
it's like mashed potatoes and gravy, like under that mask, you know, with two eyes. Like it's not a face under that mask.
The bag is holding it together.
That's that's a really good detail.
Cool. Okay.
So they're really like they're playing it from an angle of like, if you're buying this game and you played the original, you know what you're in store for. So like let's just run with it. If you don't know the original, you're just like, wow, these people are fucked up and something's going on. Like why? What's happening? You know? So I think it's really fucking cool.
One of the details that really stands out is that in terms of like continuity between different series is Salvador. No, the Big Cheese. What's his name?
Mendez.
Mendez. Thank you. Mendez in the original is a 7.5, 8 foot tall guy who is bald and is wearing a green trench coat head to toe, and appears to be totally invincible. And you run into him multiple times in cutscenes in which he kicks your fucking ass in, and you shoot him and it doesn't do anything. So he is supposed to be evoking Mr. X. Like, yes. Leon dealt with Mr. X before, and then this guy is Mr. X, but can fucking talk to you and speak. It's a problem. Mendez is back in Resident Evil 4 Remake, and he has a hat now. And the reason why he has a hat now is because in Resident Evil 2 Remake, Mr. X has a hat now.
Yeah.
So they're carrying even the new design elements forward.
So he's like literally supposed to be an evolution of Mr. X, so why not?
So why not give him a hat?
Mr. X. Yeah, exactly. Whether or not that means he's going to be like a stalker throughout the game, I'm excited to see.
I can see him stalking you through one section. Like the section right before his boss fight.
Right before the barn, yeah. I could see that too.
Yeah, I saw someone posted a meme of like, oh, he took his hat. They did the little hat swap.
Yeah.
And I guess the other question is like, can you now aim just for the hat and shoot it off?
Assuredly.
I hope so. Because in the trailer they do show his mutated form for like a second. Just his spine. Like the camera pans up his spine and you see it. He looks exactly the same in the flaming barn and everything.
Yeah, so there were a lot of camera shots in there was the demo and then there was the trailer. The trailer seemed to go way out of its way to be like, listen, cuts of lots and lots of different moments and go, no, we no, it's still there. No, it's still there. No, it's still there. Del Lago's still there. Elegante's still there. Mendez is still fighting in the barn is the same. Because RE4 is really insanely fucking crazy long. And RE3 cut like half of that game away. And it just screams like, no, guys, don't worry. All the stupid RE4 shit. And boy, there's a ton of stupid RE4 shit is going to be in there. It would not surprise me if in the I'm going to say this right now, if in the launch trailer for Resident Evil 4 Remake in February or whatever it is, there is a cut of Oven Man exploding out of the goddamn oven to be like, no guys, don't do Oven Man. Oven Man is there.
This is the same company that literally showed Virgil in the launch trailer for DMC5.
Yeah, you're right. Oh man.
They're gonna show Verdugo. They're gonna show Los Dos Gigantes. They're gonna show Oven Man. They're gonna show literally everything in that launch trailer. So just to the chat, don't even watch the launch trailer because it will spoil everything.
Well, it's movie logic, right? It's basically just like, this is the last day thing before it comes out. If we don't already have you excited, fucking here's all of it. Who cares? Buy it. Anything. We don't care what we spoil as long as you go buy that ticket. You know.
By the way, if they do have Mendez stalk you as a Mr. X style thing, then they'll have Verdugo stalk you, and then they'll have Krauser stalk you as the primary antagonist of each of the zones.
So one of the big, to add to the final guy that you brought up, one of the big rumors leading up to this trailer announcement was that Krauser was going to get cut out of the game. And for some reason that rumor, silly. For some reason the rumor was so popular, but I did read an article from IGN, I think, where they said that Krauser is in the intro of the game.
Oh, great.
So
Perfect.
I don't think he's going to get cut. I think he's going to play a much, much larger role this time. Like, I think he's going to have, like you said, like, he's going to stalk you in one part. He's going to be at, like, multiple boss fights this time.
His original role didn't make any sense, so they would have to expand it because he's constantly referring to all those times he hung out with Leon.
Easy Allies said it. Sorry.
And you're like, I don't know what that is. Did that happen? It's not even, Darkside Chronicles? Oh, that piece of shit? Okay, great. It's an important detail that
you just like put it in this game. Like, just give me a little flashback of that.
It's a good detail that you bring up that it was Easy Allies that made that good point, because IGN made a similar point about them cutting Huey out, which is fucking dog shit. It's complete. Literally. It's nonsense.
Like, if you guys really think IGN, if you're listening, fucking listen to me carefully. If you think Capcom is not going to capitalize on the "you can pet the dog" meme
Hmm.
for like their biggest launch in years, you're fucking crazy. Like that
So-
dog is alive and well. Like
So two things. One, yes, Capcom would like to do that, as we know, because in the Capcom leak, part of the Capcom leak was we need to put more abilities to pet the dog because it is really good for social media
Of
when
course.
you can pet the dog, because the Can You Pet the
Really?
Dog Twitter account is incredibly popular. Yes.
what? I didn't even know
yeah.
that.
Yeah, no, that was a little
my
tiny blurb in that gigantic Capcom leak, which is like, we are absolutely catering to the Can You Pet the Dog Twitter.
It comes up in every game now as soon as a dog or a cat shows up on screen. It's become a thing.
I
But
didn't
more
know
than that is like IGN goes, wow, you don't save Huey in the beginning. And we went to the first room after the village brawl and saw a dead dog in a bear trap. Oh no, that must be Huey. Even though that is the regular dog model, it's
Yeah.
not Huey.
Hmm.
And in that area in the original, you fight dogs and there are dead dogs on the fucking floor.
Yeah.
Okay, so fake news.
So like
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's what
No,
I said
instead
on Twitter. Fake news.
Instead, what will probably happen is you won't meet Huey at all until he helps you. And then it'll be
Yeah.
like, hey, cool dog, bro.
So how do
And
you guys?
my dream is that I hope that they kind of redesign this game as sort of like an open-ended like game, you know, like how Village was, where you could come back to areas. And I'm hoping that Huey just sits there in that arena, and you could just pet him whenever you want.
Oh,
like, just
if
rough
they
house
want-
with him, you know.
If they want to go maximum good boy points, what they need to do is they need to have the Elegante part have some form of like get through the fight with Huey. And then Huey then moves from the Elegante fight down the stairs to the merchant, and then
Oh
just
my-
become part of the merchant's like presentation for the rest of the game.
That is literally what they're gonna do. Like I'm calling it now.
So
like
you're-
you just did it. Like you
Dog's
figured
gonna
it
hang
out.
around. Cool.
Like yeah, if you save the dog, like that's your reward. Is that he's your best friend for the whole game?
That's good. That'd be good. That's
I
a
would
good
love
bit.
that.
Alternatively, I would like it if you save Huey in the castle and he never appears again until he throws you the rocket launcher against Sadler.
So how do y'all feel about like the glow up and face changes to some of the characters? Because I feel like Ashley and Luis look super different, whereas Leon must be the perfect 11 on 10 man, you know, and that will
Yes.
never change. But everything else is fair game.
Should I go first?
Yeah, go for it.
I think Ashley is perfect because her design is it's half her original release design and half her 3.5 Hookman design. Like if you guys don't know, for those of you in the chat, like there are files of Ashley from 3.5 in the original RE4 game, and I have always thought her original 3.5 outfit was a lot better than her like weird like early 2000s but I'm wearing medieval like adventurer boots outfit. So I think Ashley's like literally perfect. I also know her face model, so I'm contractually obligated to say this. She looks beautiful, you know. Her haircut is fantastic. I like how it's a little short bob cut.
I
Luis,
don't know
gonna
about
say?
the haircut. The haircut,
I like her haircut.
her fucking freak ass Dumbo ears are hidden away, and that's strange. That was like
That's
the
why
character's
they did it.
defining. Yeah, I know that's why they did it. They could have like, oh, pull her hair back, and she's like, "What the fuck is wrong with your ears, woman? Like,
Oh my-
why are they like that?"
So when I first popped in Silent Hill 3, had a hard time because I was calling Heather Ashley for
Yeah.
like at least the first hour, right? It was like, yeah, just oh god, what fuck, especially because of their clothes. But looking at the design change with the jacket and such, like, and the hair, that now completely reads as a completely different thing. Like there's no longer
totally.
a similarity there, I feel.
Yeah, and they did show a very quick clip of her without her blazer on, and so she just kind of has her like orange turtleneck on, and she looks very similar to her actual release outfit. So we're gonna kind of get that like progression of like as her character changes, like so does her outfit. You know, like she becomes more confident. Like she's gonna lose the jacket, just like Leon, by the way.
Yeah.
Which,
Oh,
And just like Ada.
exactly, yeah, totally. Oh, man, we got to talk about Ada in a bit, but like,
Let's talk about Lewis.
Yeah, Luis
he looks different
is,
too.
He looks very different. I never really liked his like 16th century explorer outfit. Like he always looked kind of weird to me because he's supposed
He
to be
looked like
a
he was
cop
from the
in
wrong
Madrid.
game.
Yeah. So now he just kind of has like a stylish leather coat on, which is nice. His face, he looks very sleazy, and
Looks like a
my
piece
gut
of shit.
reaction was like, oh my god, like why does he look like that? But then I thought about it and I was like, that is the face of a man who would compliment your tits to your face. You know what I mean? Like he looks kind of like a villain, which I hope they kind of play that up, you know, like him being mysterious.
Well, it's a different energy from the Antonio Banderas man with the perfect locks, you know.
RE4 has like RE4 classic, I guess I'm gonna call it, or original. Like kind of has him as a misstep.
We're old, Pat. We're
in
old.
which Lewis is like a massive part of the problem and a complete piece of shit, but he never feels like that. He feels like a buddy and a protagonist to Leon's like fancy Spain adventure, where it's like, no, Lewis should look like a slimy piece of fucking shit because he is at fault for like 99% of the game's problems.
Yeah, and we do see him smoking cigarette.
So kind of like what's the scumbag from 5 again? Who just
fucking Irving
just looks like a piece of shit from moment one. You're like, oh, your face.
Yeah.
I hate your face. Yeah, okay.
I can't believe I remembered Irving's name. That character doesn't matter.
What do you mean? He's getting an extreme makeover.
Oh fuck, that's so. Oh, that character sucks.
He's the weirdest character. Like he's like from Brooklyn. It's like really, it's bizarre. But anyway.
But it's like designed to hate his face on sight, you know.
Yeah, which he's based on a real person, so I feel bad for that person. But you know, some people just look like sleaze bags. Okay.
Yeah, like John Leguizamo.
Listen, I'm not.
Sure.
Leguizamo.
Or the McPoyles from Always Sunny. Like
like man,
it'll get you gigs, you know.
Or that Joffrey kid, the one from Batman Begins. That when you're watching Batman Begins, you're like, "What's wrong with this incest kid?"
Jack,
and then he goes on to be the most famous incest kid of all.
Jack Gleason, I think. It's like he kind of like left the industry behind because he's just like, yeah, no, I'm good. I tried acting. I was good at it. Now I'm done. And he has the
poor kid.
Perfect face for being a douchebag. So yeah, no, exactly. That's what you'd be typecast as if he stuck around for sure.
Yeah, some people just look like that. And that's Luis in RE4 Remake, okay?
Absolutely.
So yeah, would you I feel like 2 and like, because I remember you were talking about how 3 was like kind of a rush job, right, Pat? But
it
like,
really was.
4,
you could feel it.
The importance of 4 is second only to 2, right?
Yeah, well, especially since they were the people who made 3 were supposed to make 4, and they were in the process of doing so, and then 3 came out, and then Capcom took it away from them and gave it back to the people who made 2, which is why this game is taking so goddamn long to come out, because it's not allowed to be like 3. It has to be like 2.
Yeah, they literally were like, you guys can't do this.
Okay.
Can't do this again. This is 4. This is RE4.
Because, like, let's be real. I like Resident Evil 3. Nobody gives a shit about RE3. It's the cool one with Nemesis. But, like, me and Susie are going, where the fuck is the clock tower? Everybody else is going, there was a clock tower in that game?
Yeah, it's like the RE1 part. It's like pivotal for the pacing of that game. Like the game is just like a nightmare of like run, and then you get to the clock tower and you're like, oh god, I got away. Like I actually got away. And then Nemesis comes back and you're like, oh shit, like I didn't get away. Like it's very important for that game.
No,
for a remake,
and take out the graveyard that has the cool Dawn of the Dead reference in it.
Yeah. Take out the park, graveyard. The fucking Dead Factory is now a future lab. because RE2 Remake did it, I guess we got to do it too.
Susie, are you gonna grab your PSVR 2 headset and bust that out to see all the content? Yeah.
You know I am.
You gotta.
I'm very excited. Well, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put that headset on and then try to look at Lady D's giant butt. That's what I'm going to try to do.
It says a lot that like they announced that we're going to have third-person mode for Resident Evil 8, but not for Mercenaries because...
I mean, like, I can imagine the PSVR version of the game booting up, and just the Capcom logo is just her sitting on your fucking face.
Oh my god!
Just Capcom, like, yeah, that's what you signed up for. This is what you wanted. Here you go, VR. You bought it. You spent how much on that goddamn headset? Here you go.
Do you know? Do you guys have either of you guys played RE4 VR on the Oculus?
No, I have not.
So that game, when you get Ashley, if your Leon hands are anywhere near her, they disappear.
Okay.
So I have a feeling.
Well then,
that they might do that for like Lady D or something. Like...
So is there like new scenes or new content in that? Because they're describing that there's going to be like VR specific content for the remake as well. And I'm just wondering if it's just going to carry over stuff they did in RE4 VR.
I wouldn't imagine so. I feel like the wording on it on the RE4 remake VR like is very I guess lax. Like there's not much. They haven't really talked a lot about it. So
okay.
I'm assuming it's just going to be the whole game in VR.
I assume that as well. And my assumption is off a very strange piece of footage. So remember Leon's roundhouse kick in RE4 original, where he does like a really high spin kick that flips him around?
Mm-hmm.
The new one has him kick to the right and he doesn't spin around, which to me says so that you don't get vomit induced spin on the VR version of that kick.
Yeah.
Because in the actual RE4 VR, when you do a roundhouse kick, it switches to third person, so you see Leon do it.
Nice.
You don't.
Okay.
It's not in
That's
first
a solution.
person.
Yeah, that's the move.
Yeah.
That's the move. I mean, anything dynamic like that, like all those mercenary moves, right? You just switch to third person. Cool.
In the VR version is actually really well made. Like there are tons of little options that you can turn on and off for, like climbing up a ladder. You could do that in first person, or you could just watch Leon do it, because it's like really weird to just suddenly feel like you're standing in place and now I'm floating up into the air, you know?
It's interesting because like all the stuff that was, there's a lot of lessons that were learned from like VR era 1 and 2. Comfort cage distance and like walk speed are massive. You can get really discombobulated if you're walking too smoothly. You need to kind of emulate the bumps, you know, or if you climb up a ladder, if you look up and then have it be rung by rung, you can accept that way more than you can accept video games sliding around the map, you know? That's kind of the thing.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Sure. But yeah, I don't think they've really talked about the VR component of the remake, but I really hope it's just the whole game, because I'd love to see all of the like RE Engine stuff like this close to my face, you know?
This is a bit back to what we were talking about before, but I'm not sure if Wooly saw all the footage or if he just saw the trailer.
I saw the gameplay look, and I saw the cinematic trailer.
Because there's like a 2-second shot talking to the stranger in the shop that would appeal to Wooly very much, because you're still going to keep the attaché case, you're still going to keep your wide variety of weapons, probably more. But with all your new knife moves, the knife has its own upgrade tree associated with it.
Ooh, okay.
Which I believe was like damage and durability were the two ones that you could see. Which, you're probably
damage, durability, and then repair, so you can fix it.
Oh man, yeah. Well, God, just now you're gonna have like knife loss paralysis moments, you know, like even harder. Oh, that's sick.
You can actually. I feel like somebody at Capcom was like, you know, I can't really do a knife only run in RE4, so let's fix that. Like, let's do parries and like down attacks and like actual normal attacks with the knife, you know?
Yo.
Like make it a super viable option.
Yo, time to start fucking lab knifing. Knife labbing. Whatever. Yes.
So
Perfect.
And
this
then
is
you'll have
kind
a
of a
whole like free mode to do it in, to play with your knife and mercenaries, you know? Like like you could do it.
yeah. The version of Leon it's knife Leon with 6 first aid sprays or what have you.
Yeah, exactly.
So
If
I want to pull some. I want to go real big picture, pie in the sky shit. So one of the things that always really bothered me about the Resident Evil series was the first trailer for RE5 was a completely different version of the game that we ended up getting. For one thing, every single person in that trailer was black as hell and scary as fuck. And then they later changed it to be like a wider variety because of all the blowback, and then the game ended up still coming out insanely racist.
Oh, do you mean the video that my mom got in her inbox and family got that was spreading around, just called the Massacre of Africa.mp4?
No, Wooly. I'm referring to you about the video that I said, Wooly, did you see the new RE5 trailer? And you said no. And then I sat you down and you watched it, and your mouth dropped open and you said the words, "Oh no, not scary black people, they're the worst."
That's the what they're doing. And then someone took the video, renamed it The Massacre of Africa, and started sending it around to parents and concerned church folk as
God, it was
as a means of like, oh, look at what they're doing now. Look at what these video games are up to.
So that's not what I miss about that trailer and that version of the game. The part of that trailer that I missed was a 2-second cut in which Chris is being attacked and can do god hand dodges underneath enemy attacks.
Yes.
He can clearly duck under swings.
He can
as
also
a mechanic.
just follow up a grab with a punch.
Yeah.
And the animation plays out halfway in the final game, and you're like, where's my fucking punch?
Yeah, so
why'd you take that out?
So that game used to be a different, much cooler, and even more racist game. But I look at how we've gone from remake with defense items to remake 2 with moving and shooting to remake 3 with real dodging to remake 4 with knife parrying, and how they seem to be doing all of them. There is the potential for RE5 to actually come back in its pseudo god hand state, which I would like very much.
That would
I talked about this once on my stream, and I think if they ever remade 5, I think that they should literally make Chris a tank character, where he is like the punchy strongman, and Sheva is the fast dodging with god hand dodges. You know, so they feel like different characters.
Yo, put an after image on the movement. Just put an actual after image.
Imagine playing RE5 and being able to dodge spears with the flick of the analog stick.
Why do you have to say spears though?
Because every time I play RE5, I get to the midway and I go, how the fuck are they throwing spears at me? How is this in the fucking game?
Like
I can't believe it.
I just remember the sequence where you get off the boat and the game turns blue, and you walk into the village, and the mask and spearmen come out, and you're like, "Oh God!"
I still think my favorite reaction of it ever is me and Paige played through the whole thing, but she had never seen it. She didn't know, and so we're driving around, and out they come of the huts, and just like I could feel her whole body just go, "Oh no!"
And
I'm just yelling at her to shoot them all, and she was very uncomfortable, but it was funny.
Spears don't get thrown, Pat. That's the wrong verb.
Yeah, well,
that's They get chucked. That's the problem.
You know what? I'm gonna take this second to shit on Capcom of 2007, because when those trailers came out, I was like, listen, guys, we don't know how the whole game is gonna play out. They're pandering to fears of Spanish religious persecution with all that Inquisition shit in RE4, so it makes sense that they would, possibly ignorantly of the current situation worldwide, pander to fears of the Dark Continent. I'm sure it'll be God damn it! God damn it! God damn it! I look like a fucking asshole now.
Can we just put can we implement, okay, programmers, we need a texture randomizer so that the front row of every horde will contain one light-skinned person.
I couldn't.
They must be front row priority.
I'm like in the level, and I'm like looking at my own Twitter statements in my mind's eye, going and putting them next to the blue natives throwing spears at me, and fucking reading the goddamn note that goes, yeah, it's crazy. We infected them with the virus, and they all turned savage and wore their traditional shit. Don't know why that was. I'm like, fuck. God damn it.
Where'd the loincloths come from? Okay. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I was like, earlier when we were talking about they're not zombies, like someone in the chat was like, they're not zombies, they're Catholic. You're like, oh god.
That's good.
Yeah.
The Catholics can take it.
But
what are they complaining about?
Like, no one can pretend that the there's not some absolute the scary other is the monster vibe that is intentionally driving forward 4 and 5 with that shit. Let's not pretend, man. That's a factor, dude.
I'll just say, chat room, there's a good reason why I will push that RE5 retrospective back 1 year every year.
Oh, what? You don't want to talk about the Las Plagas reveal? Is when they're attacking that white blonde lady, the only one in the entire game?
The only one.
I mean, there's a moment. There's a moment where 5 comes out after 4, and you go like, is this franchise now just about doing the world tour? And
the answer is yes! Because in RE6, you fucking go to China.
Go to China, yeah.
And you're fighting zombie triad mans.
Okay. Damn.
And then 7, the world tour, comes home to Louisiana.
We're back to beating up, good old hot-blooded Americans.
Yeah, the global
saturation. Louisiana is the other Middle America that Resident Evil takes place in. Resident Evil took place in Wisconsin or some shit, like your average suburban white middle America. But then you go, oh, what about the South? The South is weird.
Fuck off! They didn't call it this. They didn't call it the C virus, did they?
They did call it the C virus.
No.
And this was a years before.
So in 2019, when I'm going through my Resident Evil retrospective, where I'm marathoning through the whole fucking thing, and I'm in month 3 of lockdown, as I'm shooting all the Chinese who are coming at me with the C virus, I was very uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable.
Wow. Oh my god. Okay. So no, 5 was just the second stop on the tour.
It's for Chrysalis. Chrysalis virus.
Yeah, Chrysalis. Let's go with that.
Global saturation, man. That's it. That's
Resident
incredible.
Evil.
That's incredible.
Resident Evil 1 through Code Veronica. Code Veronica has some sus stuff in it, but I feel like that's the safest era. Got some sus stuff in it, but that's the safest era where you can play those games and be like, okay, cool, I'm escaping. And then everything after that, you're just like, oh god.
The most sus thing in Resident Evil 2 is Wesker. Why do you have Rebecca's high school jersey photos in your fucking desk? And we later find out that it couldn't be for something creepy, because Wesker doesn't believe in sex. He only believes in shooting himself up with viruses. Because when Gianna is like, dude, fuck me on the pile, he's like, ew, gross, ew,
Yeah, he's
ew,
like,
boobs.
ew.
Yeah, but so then what's that photo about?
When he
Okay.
still had a piece of his humanity. You
Okay.
know, like,
Okay.
Yeah,
his
because that would have been
humanity.
before he shot himself up with the shit in RE1.
Yeah, see, it makes
Yeah.
sense. It makes
Before it
sense.
killed his libido, he was a pervert. Great, good, excellent.
Yeah.
We saved Wesker the character.
It's fine. It's fine.
So then when does the gang get in the mystery wagon and hop on over to the UK and fight off the B virus and then shoot a couple people and realize they were just speaking with accents and they weren't actually infected?
Oh my god. That happens off screen in Code Veronica.
Okay.
Yeah.
You do shoot British people in Code Veronica. She's right. Yeah, that does
Okay.
happen.
All right.
And God, I'm just trying to think. Because like Wooly has like all the mainline stuff, but like I'm just thinking of like, well, what would be a stupid location for Resident Evil to go? And I'm like, oh right, Terra Grigia, the stupidest location Resident Evil ever went. A fake super island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean that just gets completely wiped. Like 1 million people die. It's the biggest thing that ever
Yeah.
happens, and it's
It
never
gets
mentioned
nuked.
ever again because it's so stupid.
It gets nuked by a satellite laser in space.
Fuck yeah.
So
Oh, this franchise is great.
it's pretty great.
So here's the
Oh,
thing,
by the way,
right?
we're like listing some of the dumbest shit in the series. Did you enjoy, Pat, this conference opening with Shinji Mikami, the guy that broke the series continuity with the original 4, being like, you know, in the past 5 years, hardcore Resident Evil fans come up to me and they tell me they don't like how the series has lost its continuity. It's like, didn't you do that? Like,
Yeah.
weren't you the guy that threw the 3.5 script in the garbage and was like, whatever, we just got to make the game. Just put it out. Like,
I think one of the biggest takeaways of the way we are talking about this and the conversation we had prior is that Silent Hill always took itself very seriously, even when those games are garbage. Resident Evil pretends to take itself seriously, but it doesn't. It really doesn't.
yeah,
It's schlock, and it knows it's
And the
schlock
games
deep
are-
down.
so good for it a lot of the time. Like,
Well, so that's the one thing I guess I was thinking with the Silent Hill 2 trailer and such is that, like, are they going to be directed, are the voice actors going to be directed to be as weird about their cadence as the originals were? Because
I seriously doubt it.
in all 3 of those first games, the way everyone talks in every scene is fucking weird and it's perfect. It's such
Some
an
of that
identity.
isn't direction. Most of that is because they aren't voice actors.
Yeah, right. Like Guy C, he was telling us about how he was told to say things syllable by syllable in a with a certain inflection. You know, they were like they were specifically told to say things a weird way, you know. And like
and then he was like, whatever you do, don't take that vaccine. Like, just don't do
right,
it.
yeah, exactly. But it was to the point where when
That was the last straw with Mary in the hospital.
whatchamacallit, when you're playing Dead Space and you're getting the clips of girl
Nicole.
Nicole.
yeah, and the way she's talking to you and like, Isaac, are you there? Like the way she's speaking, I'm like, that person feels like they were told to say things in a Silent Hill way, you know? Like it's
Yeah.
a thing I can recognize now that I've seen it in these games. Without
It's
that,
also
I
talk
love,
like
I
you're
love Dead
dead.
Space.
Talk like you
Yeah.
died after recording this. Be
Yeah.
the space version of, oh, Oliver, oh, let's play and let's have a picnic by the river. Oh, we'll tell our kids about this picnic, Oliver. Oh my God. But space?
right. And then, of course, the most legendary thing is, how the fuck is that letter reading gonna go?
So Mary
That
gets
was
some voice
a
acting.
13 on 10.
Mary does get some voice acting in the trailer, and her voice reading of the original part of the letter is easily the best thing in that whole trailer.
I agree.
Okay.
I thought she
Okay.
sounded like perfect. Like I was
Mhm.
like, are they like voice matching her? Because obviously James sounds like really different.
I mean, I hate that, like, I can't like delete the original for a second to compare it on fair ground, because getting that raw, not knowing anything, like that was, yeah, it's the best. It's just the fucking best, you know? So like now you automatically have to compare it, and it's like, okay, how's this gonna hit? This is what the whole game is. This moment, you have to carry that in this one letter reading, you know?
Very envious that you got to experience all 3 of those games like pretty recently. Like, I want to do that again. I want to do that. It was so cool.
Nah, you can't. You can't.
Can't do
It's
it.
too late. It's way too late. It's like,
Yeah.
I mean, I really like that, like, in each game, there was, like, a single moment towards the end that just kind of, like, punctuates the fuck out of what you've been doing for the last few hours, you know? Like, that's what I like. I walked away from each of them going, like, okay, there's one sequence that just brings it all together, and, like, that's what this series is about. Now I get it, you know?
Because we keep talking about RE and Silent Hill like it's fucking 2004 or something, and as you're describing, you know, there's one really important that punctuates it. I'm like, in Resident Evil, the moment that punctuates what you've been doing is when you pick up an item, your character goes, "It's game over, man," and then you shoot the big monster with a rocket.
Right.
Jill, use this. You're our Amazon, Jill. Okay, Brad, I'm your fucking Amazon. Like, fuck off, tyrant. And then, you know, just like, game over. You lose, big guy. You want stars? I'll give you stars. Lame. Like, it's perfect. It's perfection.
It's the one with Leon and 2 and Leon and Clara 2 and Jill and 3. It feels like they're looking at me.
Yeah.
Like it, because it's not even consistent with their earlier dialogue.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah,
you know what it
I
is,
have
Pat?
the big gun.
You have to expect to see the boom in the shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fucking boom mic is like right there. You know what it is, Pat? It's literally you're shitting and pissing yourself playing System Shock 2 for the first time, and you get to the final kill shot, and Shodan is like, "Please don't do this. Join me. Come on, you don't have to do this." And the main character, who has said nothing the entire game, the camera zooms in and he looks into the camera and goes, "Nah," and then blasts her into the fucking stratosphere.
And then
That's
rock
what it
music
is.
starts to play.
Yes.
So
That's some totally
That's
dissonant
Resident
shit.
Evil. Like,
so yeah, that's a week of survival horror. Making up
It's the
for
best of times and the worst of times.
Well, it was like from a desert, parched, dry situation into one where there's more ocean to go into here than you ever could have wanted.
Yep.
But there is other things going on as well. Now, hold on. Admittedly, we just kind of rolled through most of the news and stuff. So there's still a couple other things. There's still like a week or so to talk about if there's anything you want to go into.
I have 2 things I want to talk about if you guys are
well, before
willing
you
to
do
listen.
those things, let's take a quick word from our sponsors, shall we?
Yes, we shall.
Okay. Fucking gabbing for a minute there.
I love NordVPN. Great.
Hey, hold on. Stop it.
Hold that thought.
Don't you fuck this up. God damn it. Where's the goddamn mute button? Just hit that over there.
Make her be quiet.
And then actually
I could get water if you guys want. I could step out for a second.
This has the potential to become like the funniest thing that's ever happened on the podcast in a few minutes, depending on what Woolie's looking at.
It's fine. Let's just we'll do this and then we'll take a quick commercial break. You know what? Let's start here. This week, the podcast is sponsored by the official Lord of the Rings, the Rings of Power podcast.
Oh my God! We talked about it last week, and I was so excited to listen to it, but I've been so busy with all of this news that I haven't gotten to it. Woolie, where can I go to check it out? I really want to learn more about this Amazon TV show about the Lord of the Rings.
Well, so
from
there's
its official
podcast. You can go deeper into the canals of Numenor or the mines of Khazad-dûm, and you can learn more and more about the official Lord of the Rings via the Rings of Power podcast. Host Felicia Day and several guests provide an inside look at the groundbreaking series and what it took to bring Middle-earth to life. Each episode of the podcast features exclusive interviews with the series showrunners, J.D. Payne and Patrick McKay, including the very first full breakdown of the incredible season finale. Felicia also goes behind the scenes with the cast and crew to bring you jaw-dropping stories and Easter eggs you won't want to miss. You don't want to miss them, Pat.
Are these stories going to be of the same quality as talking about Gimli's actor going insane on set due to an allergic reaction to glue?
What? That's crazy, but that's a... Wow. What? Okay.
They probably will be.
I'll
tell you that story afterwards.
That's nuts. That counts as an Easter egg to me. I want to know about that. But yeah, what you want to do is you can watch The Rings of Power on Prime Video, and you can listen to all 8 episodes of the official Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power podcast on Amazon Music for free. You can download the Amazon Music app now. There you go. Thank you, official Lord of the Rings of Power podcast.
Thank you.
You talking about current Gimli or?
Okay, so John Rhys Davies, right? In the guy who played Gimli in all 3 movies.
The
guy
movies,
who played the professor.
Okay.
Yeah, and the guy who played the guy. By the way, Wooly, the Lord of the Rings of Power is actually a prequel. None of the characters.
Oh yeah, it was right.
Well, except for Galadriel and such, right?
Okay,
but John Rhys Davies, who's actually really tall. He's almost 7 feet tall, playing Gimli. He was also the professor on a sci-fi show called Sliders, which I really loved. Anyway, so John Rhys Davies.
Tall?
Yeah, he's incredibly tall. He's the tallest cast member on Lord of the Rings, and they cast him as Gimli. It's fucking stupid. Regardless, so he plays Gimli, right? So then they're doing Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring, and that's pretty good. And then they do 2 Towers, and he has a lot more lines and action scenes in 2 Towers. So they're stapling, he's got a beard, but they need dwarf beard, right? So they're stapling hair to him and all this stuff with glue that he was not aware of. He had a violent allergy to. This allergy was so violent that what it resulted in was delirium and hallucination.
Oh my God.
So for about half of the scenes in 2 Towers, he doesn't know he's in a movie, and he thinks he is a dwarf fighting orcs. They only figured this out when he started to attack some of the cast members on set after cut, because he's screaming that the fucking orcs are attacking and they're going to take over Helm's Deep, at which point they realized that he was dying due to his allergic reaction to the glue.
No.
Oh my God.
So if you go back and look at those scenes where he's like fighting the orcs at Helm's Deep and all that shit, he's doing a great job because he doesn't know he's acting. He's tripping.
And that is the worst possible set to freak the fuck out on because you're in beautiful New Zealand and everything has the budget to have you hold actual Weta Workshop weapons.
Oh, yeah.
And it's the most immersive you will ever be on a film set. So you can totally get lost in the character. And there's reality around you to support your hallucinations. That's fucking nuts. Whoa. Okay.
They're actual orcs.
Okay.
In front of you.
Wow. Well, when you're tripping balls and losing your mind, you sure do work up an appetite.
You're right. I'm actually, I have literally eaten nothing all day.
Yeah.
I'm hungry now.
Same.
No, if you ever lose your mind on the set of a movie and just starts taking swings at the lighting rigs, you will eventually use a lot of energy and you're going to need some food. And while you're busy getting all that armor off and cooling down, DoorDash can bring you your meal right to the set. It's kind of amazing.
It'll also bring it to your house if you're not on a movie set.
This is true too. You just press that's it. You got errands to run. You got fumes to huff. You got all kinds of busy things to do throughout your day. But realistically, you also might even be planning like a Halloween party or something like that, and you're, getting ready for what's going on with your decorations and such. You can have DoorDash even get you your candy delivered in case you forget, because that happens. Yeah, you can get all the meals you love from your local chains, your local go-to restaurants, and all your favorites. They've got over 300,000 partners, of course, they're working with. But they've got essentials, little day-to-day needs that you're going to use to get dropped off. In fact, while quarantining over the last couple days, I definitely made use of DoorDash to drop off some essentials. That came in handy right this last week.
You hit the button, the food show up, you eat the food. That's the steps.
That's exactly it, Yeah. And so, again, you can even get your Halloween candy delivered straight to your door. So, you can do the contactless, of course, have them drop it off right in front, knock, and just like that, they ghost peace out, and your food is ready. So, for a limited time, our listeners can get 50% off, up to a $20 value, and 0 delivery fees when you download the DoorDash app and you enter the code CSB. That's new. That's 50% off and a $20 value, 0 delivery fees when you download the DoorDash app in the App Store and use code CSB. Don't forget code CSB for 50% off the $20 value and 0 delivery fees with DoorDash. Subject to change, terms apply. And
thanks, DoorDash.
Thank you, DoorDash.
Thanks, DoorDash.
Oh, well, yeah. DoorDash says you're welcome. Lastly, we've got one over here.
Wait, was the code CBT?
No, it was not.
Okay.
It was CSB.
Give it a couple seconds to separate. Nice clean cut.
They don't watch the whole bit. They just watch the parts we send them.
They just need the segments.
Okay, I need to not look at the chat. That's my problem.
Just space it out. Give it a nice little berth. This week, the podcast is also sponsored by HelloFresh, where you're going to get your farm fresh, pre-proportioned ingredients and your seasonal recipes, and they're coming to your doorstep. You can skip your trips to the grocery store. You can get them right when you need it, and it makes your home cooking easy, fun, and affordable. That's why it's America's #1 meal kit. We got some of that straight to our door again, just about a week ago, and it was quite delicious. I got some mincemeat and rice with the perfect amount of toppings and spice and flavors to it. Quite delicious, and again, no science to figure out how much to add, how much spice to add, how many little garnishes. They have it all pre-packaged and fresh.
Yeah, and I ironically love HelloFresh. I made like 100 meals during the first year of the pandemic of just they were good, and I'm incompetent and stupid.
And they have a little they got the little ice coolers under your food as well, where the meats stay at the bottom of the box, that are keeping it nice and cool as well. So yeah, it's pretty impressive how they get it to you fresh. So you want to be able to choose between lots of things on a regular, and of course with HelloFresh you can choose a variety each week, whether you're going with vegan options, whether you're going vegetarian, if you like things that are more protein based, more keto, a mix. They've got all types of recipes that apply to your tastes, and you can pick your sides as well, change your schedule up if you're looking for something flexible. You can update your preferences, pause for a moment, come back, whatever you need, all available when you sign up for your HelloFresh delivery. So what you want to do is head to hellofresh.com/superbeast65. And if you use the code superbeast65, you'll get 65% off plus free shipping. That's hellofresh.com/superbeast65. And the code is superbeast65. and you're going to get 65% off plus free shipping. That is America's #1 meal kit. Thank you, HelloFresh.
Thanks, HelloFresh.
All right, let's take a quick bathroom break. We'll be
Yeah, I could use it. Yeah.
All right. There we are.
Hello,
So,
Nighttime Wooly.
hello. I, just out of habit, when we take our breaks, get up and just walk to the bathroom right over there. And completely fucking forgot that that's where Punch Mom's quarantine is. Like an idiot. Just because, again, just podcast habit. Get up, go, take a pee, get a fucking thing, walk back. Fortunately, I just went in and realized, wait, I have not been in here in like an entire week. Why is this? What? Oh God, I'm not supposed to be in here. So fucking fool that I am. I just took a fucking Lysol and sanitizer bath practically for a bit there.
Bruh.
Yeah. Was that a bruh?
It was a little
Okay.
too garbled.
Yeah,
Okay.
I
didn't
overdid
hear
it on the
I
bruh.
didn't hear
Hold
it.
on.
Here, let's see.
I can, get a different bruh. Bruh.
Nice.
That was good.
God damn it. Fuck. All right, it's
You
fine.
never let me fuck with the fucking mixer settings on the old mixer. I figured out how to use these ones.
Have fun.
It's a lot of fun. Everyone's very annoyed.
Yeah. No. Speaking of biohazards, that's been the situation a little bit because Punch Bomb caught COVID and has been quarantining in the front area. And fortunately, there's enough space that I've been able to avoid getting it myself so far. So that's pretty cool. We've been able to.
Or you could just be one of those lucky people who's just totally immune. One in a million.
Could totally be, but so far we've managed to stay safe and like I've been able to, get what's needed and take care and do everything while, not getting it myself. Because if we both go down, then that sucks, for sure. And I'm not a rippling pinnacle of man meat in terms of my size, so I feel as if the effects might hit me a little bit more than say her perhaps. So let's try to dodge that.
Yeah, that
if we
was
can.
one of the fun parts of looking at the coronavirus, which I've obviously been very careful of because of Paige's autoimmune stuff. But we're looking into it, and it's like, what are the risk things for that? Well, there's autoimmune stuff and existing diseases, and being a fat boy.
Mhm.
So,
Mhm.
oh no. Oh,
Yeah.
I
So
gotta be careful for me too.
yeah, no, that's a concern. I mean, look, 3 years, of holding out, pretty solid, I'd say. A lot of people, you kind of just like, I'm like, at some point, I kind of expected it would happen. So, but yeah, so I haven't been streaming, of course, up until I think yesterday. As of which things are okay. So, yeah, just I guess real quickly in terms of events, there hasn't been a ton, but I did manage to finish Edgerunners, Cyberpunk, and that is a fucking strong top to bottom sequence of episodes. Great. I stopped originally at 5, so interestingly, it's almost like if you were to break it up into Act 1 and Act 2, I kind of stopped on Act 1. So it was a perfect place, actually, to pick up and resume. But that is a tight, fucking excellent 10-episode story. Short and sweet, character-driven, but more than anything, the setting is the main character. The city is such a well-established living interesting thing, and it reminds me of like my favorite parts about something like Sin City, where you're like, oh, the city is the focus and we're just following stories of people that drown in it, people that get caught up in it, and in this case Night City feels like just this shitty, hopeless, but look at the cool stuff. You're gonna have cool implants while your life means nothing, kind of setting. And there's the megacorps and there's the moon, and I don't know, man. Put an implant in, drug yourself up because it's hopeless. Like, that was a fantastic introduction to that setting, and definitely makes me like, I'm fully in, and I want to go play the game and find out more about this setting via Edgerunners. It has made me interested way more than I was initially. What a fucking
There is
great
now
job by Trigger.
Edgerunners specific content in the main game now. So
Damn straight. Damn, it would be
there are
ridiculous.
things
It would
that
be
you can find.
nice, yeah. Like, it's so good that I would hope that they would lean into that. It worked, man. It did its job. Like, it completely managed to just do the like, oh, tie in and make you want to go see what the rest of this product is about thing. Like, it completely does it.
It's really interesting because I've always been a big fan of Mike Pondsmith's cyberpunk world, the dark future, as he calls it, where it's like, it's exactly what you said, where Night City is like, nothing matters in that city. Like, no matter how far you get in your life or whatever cause you're fighting for, like, you will either fail, shrivel up and die alone, or just go out in a blaze of glory. And so when, the game got announced, like, whatever amount of years ago, like, I was so looking forward to it. And as we all know, when the game came out, it was not ready. But I made, like, a feature-length review on it on my channel. But it's the game. I feel like it's just really cool how, like, the game is, through the hard work of CD Projekt Red, like, they were able to, like, get it to a place now where it's not just, like, shitting itself every 2 seconds, but like the stories in, like, the main quest and the side quests are so good, like, from, like, a cyberpunk genre perspective, that I'm so happy that, like, this anime was that successful and is just its own, like, beautifully written and told story in its own right, that it's actually getting people to play the game and experience, like, the good shit that was always there, but it actually works now.
Yeah. I forgot. I think it was like 700% increase in players. Once Edgerunners dropped, that, like, it just shot the popularity of the game back up, and of course they've been patching it over time to get better and better. So, I know. Someone just wrote over there, "The city always wins," and it's just like, that's a really great way to put it. It's funny too, because, like, going through again, like, I guess the second act of sorts, it also reminds me of did you see Promare? Right?
Yes.
Like, it does kind of remind me of Promare 2 as well, in the sense that it's like, we could have taken more time with a lot of this. We could have stretched this out a bit, but, like, we're just gonna compress it and make it like every second of it counts, of what you see from here on out, just to as it reaches its denouement, as everything intensifies. And and I'm remembering, like, I think I saw an interview, like, I saw a couple things. I saw one, the creator said, like, yo, they nailed it, perfect. And that's always nice to see, when it's like, yo, the creator's happy with the vision that, they managed to do. And the other one being the interview where they were like, so we wanted originally we were asking Trigger to redesign Rebecca, and they said something to the effect of, no, the lolly is essential.
Not gonna do it.
And I was just like,
yes, she was,
wow.
because she's really fucking popular.
Yeah, no, she was excellent. What a fun character, like, they fucking stood and died on that hill.
Yeah.
And then they delivered. They did it. They absolutely did it, I loved, like, the God, visually, it's just like, that's one of those things where I've said on this podcast, I don't rewatch things very often. I often feel like a like desire to, like, go out into the unknown and see new things. So I don't revisit as often. And this is something where, like, I feel like it's mandatory, because your eyes did not take in everything in that scene. There's so much to look at visually. that it's like this is a mandatory rewatch, probably for me in the near future for sure.
It's very similar to the game in the sense that there are twists and turns that are like literally like billboard sized, like right at the start of the story.
Mm-hmm.
Like just like foreshadowed to you
Oh,
where
yeah.
you just don't even realize it until you rewatch it or you replay the game or whatever, and you're just like, oh shit, that was there the entire time. Like,
So, but I had a kind of odd feeling with it where it's like, so I know when something is doing that, right? Because I love the feeling of like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, this has been there the whole time, right? I've come to like look for those things even when I'm on the first journey through it, and like when I saw those things, I kind of said to myself, oh, that's probably telling me exactly where we're going. And it sure enough was, I'm like, yeah, no, the billboards as you described them. I've gotten to a point where I'm like looking at media now where I'm like, I'm going to put all my chips over here, as to where this is going to go. And like I'm super interested in seeing like if the side missions you're mentioning and if the main plot as well, gameplay stuff aside, like if the main story in Cyberpunk is going to dive further into some of that stuff that they've established with this world, and if it's of that quality, and if there's just a compelling way to, flesh out the city as the focus of this world, I'm super interested. I want to know more about Night City. I want to go deeper, and I don't want to like bring this series back for a season 2. You know what I mean? I just want to dive deeper into what was behind it, which a lot of those locations and music and everything were all game assets, is what I've heard as well. So it's one to one.
Yeah, totally. Like it is, like you're gonna. I mean, that's the reason. Like so many people who started with the anime, when they play the game, they're just like, oh, I'm just gonna be a Sandevistan like build, and just like and just glide around like a psychopath, like chopping everyone's heads off, and then when time returns to normal, they just all drop dead. Like you could do that in the game if you want. Like it's really cool. But
busted in every universe, in every media. Always no.
I would say from my professional opinion, I think you could play the game now, like on if you have like a souped up PC or like a current gen console, and it'll be fine. But I would probably say maybe wait for the DLC to come out, just because they said that they're gonna add like more features into the game.
They're gonna have the ability for cops to chase you in cars.
Finally,
in the next DLC.
And combat
they
reworks,
chase
right?
They chase other people in the game, but not you. So like if you're driving through the city, you'll see like car chases happen with police, but they'll never drive after you. So they're still working on that.
Okay.
But they said they're gonna redo the whole melee system. So
yeah,
if you want to have like an actual like Raiden high frequency blade and it feel good, you might want to wait.
I'm patient. I'm patient, and that's exactly it. When I hear like improvements, sure thing. Melee and combat improvements, absolutely gonna wait for that.
So I think I said some variation of this on the podcast before, but it bears mentioning because Susie brings up like, yeah, the game's in a good place now, but you could wait a little longer. I have out of the 4 games CD Projekt Red has put out, I've bought all of them near or on release, and Cyberpunk 2077 absolutely came up like a fucked up pile of shit. All of their games come out exactly that way. Cyberpunk 2077 is not even the one that came out the most fucked up. Witcher 1 came out like insanely fucked up, like unbelievably fucked up. Like that's just how they seem to make their games.
Okay.
It comes out, everyone's like, wow, there's an incredible game underneath all this bullshit. Then you wait 18 months. And then you play it and you're like, wow, this game's incredible. How can anyone complain?
Right. Yeah.
Like the amount of tweets that I saw after Edgerunners came out that were like, I don't get why this game got so much hate. And it's like, because you weren't there on day one. Like, what?
Yeah. I mean, there's video archive footage though. There's tweets to show people. By the way, this is what it was.
Naked on top of your motorcycle.
Yeah. There is evidence.
Which I got
that. We have.
I got that.
Shit. What was I gonna bring up? Oh yeah, and just a side note as well is I did switch over to listen to the dub for a little bit as well. So I listened to the dub and sub, and yeah, both are phenomenal. We are comfortably in a world. It's nice to be able to be like, yeah, you know what? It doesn't matter. Whichever you want to listen to is good to go. I know that it's super boomer to like constantly go back to it, but it was such a defining thing of like anime in the 90s, you know, of just like how horrible this dub is going to be. Just completely avoid it whatever you can. And it's like I go listen to a couple episodes here and I'm like, I could keep it or we can go either way.
The important thing is that both dubs are good no matter how much you paid them.
True.
They did their jobs very well. They did it. It was great.
Now I'm just thinking like, how much did Giancarlo Esposito get paid for Edgerunners? Like,
Oh,
what the
probably a fucking bunch because he's a real actor, right?
yeah, quote unquote, yeah. As they
Oh
would say.
man,
I mean the timing with the Mario movie as well is pretty
it's a me,
interesting.
Mario. That's not the voice. It was the fucking voice, Chris.
I love the headline that's like, Chris Pratt's Mario voice is unlike anything you've ever heard before. And then you hear it and you're like, that's Chris Pratt's voice. Like, what are you talking about?
That sounds like Andy from Parks and Rec pretending to be Mario lacily.
Let's go. Anyway, yeah, so Edgerunners is phenomenal, and I'm going to be throwing that out as a recommend to people. Short and sweet, and just tight is the word that comes to mind. Also,
Doesn't waste any time at all.
I also, when I did the little Saturday stream, I took a look at NeonWhite, which I've been told is a woolly game, and sure enough,
sure is.
Aesthetically, that thing is killing the game. It's awesome. Really like what's going on with the design, the aesthetic, the characters, the flow, and the fact that it's much like Shadowrunner Shadow. Shit, what was the first person ninja?
The cyberpunk thing with
Yep.
the ninja.
I know it.
What the fuck is that game?
Ghost
Runner. Ghost Runner. Thank you.
Ghost Runner.
We
Ghost
all
Runner.
try to pretend we remembered it instead of just reading that one guy in chat saying it.
That's it.
I remembered it.
That's the move.
I played it. I promise.
Ghost Runner style, like you're just gonna have to perfect the sequence, yeah. And I didn't. I was kind of trying to move forward and see as much as I could, and then like it's the type of thing where you'd go back and then try to get silver, gold. What was the one above that? Not platinum, but no, it was like there's like a perfect rating after gold. I forget, but anyway, very very stylish and cool. I like what's happening musically as well. Ace, there you go. Ace is the rating. I enjoyed the talent of the voice actors. They did.
I know. Yeah. Okay.
They did.
Yeah,
they got a Steve Bloom to get in there and fucking Steve Bloom it, and that's always a pleasure.
They sure read those lines like the person who wrote them wanted them to be read.
Precisely. They read those lines, and they did a good job delivering those lines. And then the script was there. And eventually I kind of started to move past the script a little bit to get back to the gameplay, because I kind of wanted to hit the gameplay a little more than I wanted the script. And when you first talked about it, Pat, I think I made a comparison to the another game I played called Wolfstride, where it was cool, but when you commit to the jokes, you gotta fully you're gonna commit to however much of your game is gonna be absolutely married to this script and this type of humor or so. And you got to be like, okay, like if it lands, then it's going to be a great ride the whole way through, and if it doesn't, it's going to get in the way of every mission. And I don't know where it goes. I got to the third area or so, but I definitely got tired of it and kind of just wanted to hit the gameplay again because I love the gameplay. So
that's how I felt about it.
Yeah.
I had this overwhelming feeling of like, oh, cool, a game written by people who thought the Disgaea games were the height of comedy.
You know, so it's definitely the type of thing where it's like, I don't know what you want me to say. It's when I see Cringe and I detect it as such, I'm like, okay, well, there it is. I can either keep going through that and not playing the part that I think is really cool, or I can get to the stuff that I think is really cool. So yeah, we just kind of started hitting the skip button.
Cringe on through, man.
Because it's you know, like, the game is great. I feel speed bumps every time I hit one of those scenes. So I kind of want to just move past the speed bump, but I didn't do the outright skip because I'm like, I want to know the context of what is going on, but I'm just reading and moving on, you know?
I'm really surprised that you would, after your comments this week and last, that upon playing a game that you admit that you really enjoy while streaming, that you would go so far as to invalidate all the hard work those voice actors put in by skipping through their lines.
I am Hippocrates in the flesh. It's crazy. The idea of pressing the button to just burn right through.
It's like you're implying that the voice acting in this game isn't as important as the gameplay.
I'm taking the food out of their mouths. With every time I press the button, every time I press A, I'm taking a meal from the dinner table and their children are going hungry. It's out of control.
And you know full well that most of those voice actors were probably just like, man, this fucking sucks.
Oh yeah, no one doesn't know.
They were talented. They did what they were hired to do. No, I just, it's gonna be, I think this is something that we're gonna just, you'll roll the dice and you'll come across these games every now and then where you're like, this is firing on all cylinders, aesthetically, musically, you know, gameplay, like everything is going, but the jokes are just not landing, and that's as subjective as you're gonna get because it's whatever a person finds funny, and you know, maybe, I don't know, you show it to your friends, and if they share the same sense of humor, then they go, wow, we're good, and then you ship it. But if it doesn't land, it doesn't land. What are you gonna do?
The weird issue is when you get into the situation in which you're like, I think this is good, I think I just hate it. Right? Like, I think the problem is actually between the you know, after the screen and after the controller on this end.
Right.
Like, it's just not to my taste, but it might be good, and that's hard to quantify.
And I put up a second layer too, where I'm like, okay, hold on, am I just doing that thing where I'm being too cynical again? Like, I try to check and go, am I not accepting of something that is probably just, and then I'm like, probably a little bit, but then some of the scenes I'm like, all right, it's that gag, we know, yeah, all right.
Well, here's the way that I see it, right? Because I'm not the kind of guy who's into the stuff that NeonWhite is putting out. Like, that's just not my kind of thing. NeonWhite seems to be made for like the really cringe older anime fan that unironically loves Shadow the Hedgehog and Naruto. And if that kind of person isn't buying into it, it might not be the best. Do you know anyone who fits that criteria, Susie and or Wooly?
One of my ex-girlfriends,
Yeah, I do. There's quite a few people
who
I can
listens
think
to
of.
this podcast, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, no, there's an audience for sure. And yeah, you know, that's, yeah, it's there's still a really good game underneath that at the end of the day that you can fully enjoy for what it's worth. But I also think as well that it's interesting because, like, even though these characters are kind of established via these kind of cringy dialogue scenes, they are still characters that are fine. They're established fine, and they could be done better with, like, brevity, you know? Establishing more with less.
my personal feeling was that it wasn't so much the writing, it was the type of writing given to specific characters. So I really liked Red and Yellow.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
anyone else that spoke, I wanted to fucking die.
I
But
mean,
Red and Yellow were cool, and I loved hanging out with Red and Yellow.
even but like no, but like even I would even say like you know, you had the cats that were in heaven and stuff, and you know that's all fine personality wise. Shout outs Pro ZD in there as the Garfield dude. Um, and Purple was, you know, doing super yandere energy stuff, and like a lot of that stuff, like the gags are not landing, but like a character with that energy can still work if you just don't overplay the hand, you know. I think if you just took all of what you were trying to establish with them and don't make it so like, okay, we're breaking the fourth wall, we're looking at you and we're saying, hey, remember the thing, the gag from the thing, I'm gonna say the name of the thing or whatever, like just actually having them establish like that's your bro, that's the, you know, like sniper girl badass type, and this is your yandere energy, and just like establishing their character via just, again, few but meaningful scenes could still capture the same energy they were going for without having like gag scene after gag scene after gag scene, you know. It reminded me of like in like Tales of games where there's like the skits with the characters, that are
Yeah.
happening in between like plot and moments and stuff, except like every single scene is a skit, you know. So that aside though, awesome, fun gameplay, card based, saving asset costs by using cards, smart, love it, great.
So, by the way, Wooly, one last detail if you continue to go back to it. So there is bronze, what was it? It's bronze, silver, gold, and then ace.
Ace.
There's also red.
Ah,
There is what appears to be like dev time, like
interesting.
dev par time, and it's like it's way past ace.
Whoa,
It's
okay.
way past it.
QA team fucking around and finding
Yeah.
out. Yeah, okay, okay. Nice. Yeah, I love the idea of like secondary fire sacrifices the weapon. Go pick up another one. You know, that a lot of that design element
Yeah.
is really well thought out, and was a lot of fun. So definitely, I'm recommending. Like so far, I fucking love it, and I'm just gonna push on ahead. And I haven't yet had a really cool boss battle, but I feel like the system is designed to facilitate a really sick boss battle against Neon Green, and I hope that it delivers on that because I can feel it. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. Oh, Spark the Electric Jester too. It's like I played a little bit of that Sonic the Hedgehog adventure style sequel to the original game. Really solid. Probably gonna go back through that a little bit more when I get another chance to solo stream. But that was really good. But anyway, yeah, Edgerunners and NeonWhite. Big recommends. Thumbs up. That's me.
Where are you going to be showing your stuff this week, Wooly?
Well, this week, so we're still gonna be in our quarantine situation, so I won't be streaming with Reggie for the next couple days. But yeah, head on over to Wooly Versus. I'm still probably gonna do some solo stuff. At least, if not Tuesday and Wednesday, then at least one of the days. We'll see. But yeah, I have a list of cool things I could continue checking out, that are I've never that fall in between the cracks of like big games like Mass Effect and Bayonetta. But once Reggie's back, of course, Mass Effect and Bayonetta will continue as well. And then hopefully we can hit that Bayo 3 timeline and roll right through. Hopefully. We'll see. Wooly versus. Oh yeah, go check out Wooly versus the algorithm as well. We got Wooly versus whatever videos coming out, and those are great. And we're watching bullshit and we're having a good time. Lots of shorts. Check it out.
Susie, do you have anything that you want to plug about this week that you did or want to
Um,
talk about, or just plug the show?
um, yeah, I just my week was I was working on a video.
Yeah.
That's going really, really well. It's a video that a lot of people have requested. Survival horror game. But then the Resident Evil news came out, and now I'm making a little trailer breakdown analysis on that. And I believe that I have discovered a lot of really cool stuff with it, with like the characters and things that no one's talking about yet. So I'm excited to.
Well, you're good at it because I remember
finish.
the other videos that you did in that same vein. I was like, I went over the footage myself like over and over and over. I'm like, ha, I definitely caught all of it. Like, no, I didn't. I
Yeah.
absolutely did not.
Like they are doing, they're doing certain scenes in different rooms in the castle, and I'm like, no one's pointed that out yet. That's cool. Holy shit.
Nice. Where can people find that?
At TheSphereHunter on everywhere. So like on Twitch and YouTube. I'm like literally just TheSphereHunter everywhere. And I think I'm gonna stream Shadow of Rose when that comes out on the 28th in 4 days. So yeah, look forward to that. I have it already.
All right, Pat.
They didn't say I couldn't say that.
I should check my email. I know I
You
don't
should.
have it yet, but no, because me and Susie talk to the same Capcom people, but she has the cool like I make real content like list, and I'm on the fucking dirtbag streamer list, which means I'm like, hey, my friends have their codes going out. Can I get my code? And they're like, no, streamer, shut up. We'll talk to you the day before it launches because we're afraid you're gonna leak it because you're untrustworthy.
Pat, fucking dummy, make one video essay, and
Yeah.
then
Dude, it's
you'll
hard.
now be a video essayist.
It's
Like
hard.
I
don't
am.
wanna.
Just create
Okay.
one.
Yeah? Is that how you do it? Okay.
I made one reboot one, and now I'm a video essayist.
Oh, I see.
And
How,
you know
okay.
what? People still talk about it. Like that's a fantastic video. I love
Thank
that
you.
video. It's
Thank you.
great.
It's,
It hurt me.
you know, I have to say, Wooly, I actually also still talk about that video because in the argument that I have with my wife literally every 2 weeks about Beast Wars, I bring up the fact that the funniest joke I think you've ever made was, yeah, Reboot may look very dated and, you know, primitive, but when you compare it to its contemporaries, fucking nothing. Like, yeah, no, you're completely right. It is literally the first one.
Yeah.
Let's see. What the hell did I do this week? Hey, that rat game came out. Plague Tale Requiem came out. The game about the rats and the French people. It came out. Guess what? It's more rat game with French people. It's good. That's it. That's my review. It's the game with the rats and more of it, and it's good.
Not the 40K
But is
rats,
there-
though.
No, not that one. The one where the one with the little French kids that have British accents for some reason, because no bad French accent.
Is there still JoJo stuff in it?
Not at the beginning. I haven't beaten it yet.
Okay.
But like at the end of that game, the end of the first game ends with like a massive church-sized stand battle with rats.
Amazing.
It is way
So I've
crazier than I'm even making it sound. The second game does not start at that level. It is actually rebuilding back up, but it's building back up faster. So who knows? There's a goddamn button on the control list called Rat Sense. So you're definitely getting your rat powers back.
Oh boy.
What I have to say that doesn't have anything to do with the game itself, but makes me smile like you wouldn't believe. So A Plague Tale Innocence, I think the first game was called, is where I started to explain to people that rats can't swim. And that every time that you've seen a rat swim, that was a lie or that was a doctored video or some such, which people are understandably still upset about because they feel like they've been living a lie.
So it seems.
Imagine my surprise when I load up A Plague Tale Requiem and the title screen is 1,000,000 rats destroying a boat. That is the title screen of that game. It is millions of rats taking their revenge, their jealous revenge, on something that can swim effortlessly. Possibly the boat that took them to various European countries due to their inability to swim. And it made me think that the devs knew what I was doing and wanted to support me. So I thank them. I appreciate it. Game's good.
Did you ever watch the new Did you watch the new Suicide Squad?
I did watch the new Suicide Squad.
I
People
think
sent
James
me
Gunn
many clips
Yeah.
of that. See, the thing is that that's a movie, so they use the CG to have the rat swim, and because superheroes aren't real either.
So rats can't swim, but you can fill them with peanut butter and explosives.
I mean, yeah,
Okay.
that happened. What else we got? Blah 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 blah. This is so sad. I have to, in order to remember what I've done in the week, I have to look over to the left and look at my video producer tab on Twitch because I can't remember what I've actually covered. Yeah. So the other thing is an ongoing section in the segment of my wife made me watch a movie and I didn't really want to watch it, but then I watched it. And sometimes it's good, and this time it wasn't. Because last night I watched goddamn fucking Moulin Rouge.
Roxanne. You don't have to put on that red light.
Oh, no.
Maybe
Oh, no.
it
Moulin
may be
Rouge,
the
baby.
shittiest movie I have ever seen in my goddamn life.
I love it.
This app.
Oh no.
It is Baz Luhrmann's 1999 pre-YouTube poop fucking dump on the audience. This manic, bloated, aimless, dog shit jukebox musical
Yo.
to switch scenes per sentence, randomly drop into 12 frame a second cuts for drama, have essentially no story over a 2+ hour film. And the worst of all, go jukebox musical in which I just want to say lines, but I'm going to just steal pieces of the chorus of 5 different songs in one scene so that I can say we should be lovers and that's a fact. Like it's a fucking line of dialogue before switching over to like a Queen song. What an absolute piece of fucking shit. I was unironically cheering when Nicole Kidman died of TB.
I was at the world premiere of that movie.
Get the fuck out.
That was in Montreal, where Baz Luhrmann himself was at the fucking forum for the premiere, and I was in the audience with my buddy, and we saw the start of that. After, of course, Romeo plus Juliet. So you know what? Now that this is what's up next after Mamma Mia, and then we talked about across the universe for a second there as well. Like, I'm seeing a pattern, and I'm thinking that what Paige is going for is what Paige is loving the modern musical using pop songs in
she's a huge
cinematic context.
Huge musicals nerd.
I think that's what's going on there, because there's a bunch of covers in Moulin Rouge that are fire, super awesome covers of songs.
So that's
all I think about when I think back on it, is just like, oh man, that El Tango de Roxanne is the shit.
I couldn't stand a single one of them.
It was so good.
I fucking hated them.
Ewan McGregor comes out the house, and then there's the light shining behind him as he does the chorus.
Okay, so I really want to point something out here in terms of what you're saying, what Paige is going for, what Paige likes. Okay, I really want to point out very strongly, I have seen the George Lucas animated musical Strange Magic twice because of this woman. That movie sucks shit. That movie fucking sucks. And I've seen it twice. I've also come to the conclusion, and I feel really strongly about this. The jukebox musicals are musicals made by trash writers who couldn't bother to come up with their own songs. Absolute fucking hacks. Oh, hey, honey. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
How did that just happen?
And none of that disqualifies them from being entertaining as fuck.
I like the first 40 I counted it. It was 47 minutes before the movie to me started. It opens with a musical scene into musical scene into musical scene that's all super manic because they're high on absinthe or some shit, and it's so fast, like scenes don't even have continuity between cuts, and just go 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 go. And the first time they actually speak to one another like humans, like they're in a fucking movie, like they're acting, is 47 minutes into the fucking movie. And then it just drags like the most basic fucking love story across another hour and 20 minutes.
Important question.
It's fucking trash.
Did you see Romeo plus Juliet?
I did not see Romeo plus Juliet.
Okay. Because that, which features your favorite, of course, John Leguizamo, is the introduction to Baz Luhrmann's style. And I have to admit, if Moulin Rouge is your first time seeing a Baz Luhrmann movie, then you're gonna not knowing what you're in for, you're getting whiplash in the middle of the roller coaster ride when like Romeo plus Juliet is also that batshit crazy with its pacing and it's music video-esque because like everything has to be musical. But it's just all about getting really like a fun cover in a modern context of something.
Yeah, no, Baz Luhrmann is just Zack Snyder with more cocaine.
Yes. I'm not gonna I will not deny that. It is coked up Snyder. It is happening for sure. The difference, I suppose, is I don't mind if you hand Romeo and Juliet to him as opposed to Watchmen. You know, so like totally though. I am not saying it ain't trash, but I just remember that fucking soundtrack and those scenes and that music was fun to listen to. Those were some fun ass covers, and I ain't gonna diminish that. I ain't gonna hide that. That's real.
So here's the part where I get to have a really shitty music take, and everyone gets to be mad at me. Generally, I don't really like covers that aren't just the same song, but literally better. So when I hear a cover of a song, I want it to be a better produced, more talented version in the same style of the song. When you take something and you're like, I'm going to do it in a new style so that it can be terrible, I'm not super into it. Now, granted, I don't think people usually sit down to make a cover that's intentionally awful, but most are.
See, I love a good cover. I don't think every cover like surpasses the original. You're not always going to get Johnny Cash just annihilating your song and making it his. But like that is the peak of what a cover can be. Right?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that if you don't succeed that, you should burn your cover and throw it away because it is now wasting space when you could have just used the original.
I know. I love a good cover that brings something different to the situation. I love when after I've listened to a song a lot and I love hearing it, I like hearing a different energy take on it. I like hearing if it's someone goes for a more acoustic version of something. It's fun, or an arrangement that's more orchestral.
So Wooly, are you saying that you're a big fan of Limp Bizkit's Behind Blue Eyes?
I don't have a lot of Limp Bizkit opinions. I feel that when Limp Bizkit came out, I kind of looked down at my skin and went like, I don't know if I'm allowed to have an opinion on this music, but
you are absolutely. Absolutely.
But I can say that like, no, I've many times I've gone down a rabbit hole of like when I want to hear a song and then I hear like and then I'm like I really get into the mood, I can go hear a cover of it and then just look for like even like YouTube covers and try to find one that's really cool, you know? And some of them are terrible, but every once in a while you hit on one that's fucking great, like and not necessarily surpassing, just a completely different thing.
So here's the actual point, right? I need to zero in on it because it's very it's specific. It might be insane. Yeah, I'm totally cool with a different style. But if the cover isn't better than the original song, delete it. make it go away.
Yeah.
Because now I'm in a situation where when a song comes on, I can hear the good version and the not good version of the song.
See, but I like, for
It's
example,
like a movie remake, right? Like no one watches the remake of Total Recall. You just want to watch Total Recall.
Yeah,
right?
but now when I look up Total Recall, the fucking shitty new version can show up.
no, because when FF7R came out and released a whole new soundtrack and then 8
Yeah,
or
they're
9
all
follow-up
better
albums.
than the originals. They're way better. That soundtrack's incredible.
It is, but I also do sometimes want to hear the original, though. Like, there's a time when I want to go back to that for certain tracks, you know? Like, it doesn't just 100% replace. It makes me want to... Same thing for...
This is fascinating.
Cr-
This is fascinating because the way you feel about music is the way you feel about everything else in opposite.
I remember when Chrono Trigger arranged soundtracks came out, and some of them were hits, some of them were miss, and then there were multiple Chrono Trigger soundtracks that came out over time. But I always would be like, I love this cover of World Revolution. That's a really fun listen. Overclocked Remix as a website exists because covers are fun to listen to, but sometimes I just want to hear the original Storm Eagle track, not the air-based version of it.
No, guess what? You used OC Remix and you just proved my point. They need to go into the world and destroy every version of the song The Battle for Everyone's Souls, because once that Space Jam version came out, I don't want to fucking hear the original without the goddamn Space Jam lyrics. I want it to go away. I want it to have never existed.
Man, like I'm just looking at the entirety of like Triple Q and his career going away, and like Too Mellow.
No. Triple Q's versions are almost always better than the shit he's taking from.
There's unbelievable mixes out there, but
Triple Q has taken a Jonas Brothers song and turned it into one of my favorite tracks.
And Wonderful 101 and like all that, like it's incredible. But there are times where you still want to hear the original version with different energy. I don't know. Hey, Susie, you're here. You can weigh in on a hot take from Pat for once here. Should a cover 100% delete all previous versions of a song as soon as it comes out?
No.
Okay, well there we go.
Listen, I'll say, for as much as I love Midge-Year's The Man Who Sold the World, and like Kurt Cobain's Man Who Sold the World, I don't like you know, I don't really want to get rid of like the original like version of it, you know, or like any other covers that I think like suck, but you know, I don't know. Like this is a very weird topic to have a discussion about.
I mean,
I've never thought about this a day in my life.
I was really sad when Ewan McGregor did not die at the end of Moulin Rouge. I was like legitimately like, when the gun is being thrown around, I'm like, oh, fucking shoot him. I don't care if it breaks continuity. I don't give a fuck. Also, from a real perspective, from a love story, I don't know how well you remember the movie, but when Ewan thinks that Satine is leaving him, and he just goes to the bank and gets all of his money and takes it to her so he can like grab her and scream in her face, "Aren't you just a whore? Why can't I pay you?" Like a fucking psycho. Yeah, that's not a cool hero of a dashing love story where all you need is love. He is being an abusive, psychotic piece of shit. What the fuck is going on?
I don't remember that because I'm remembering Voulez-vous coucher avec moi.
That is literally 4 seconds of the whole movie.
Have you seen Purple Rain?
I've not seen Purple Rain.
Because I love Prince, but whenever I watch Purple Rain and there's scenes where he's beating his girlfriend and throwing her into a river naked,
hey man,
like,
it's art.
Wait a minute. He's supposed to be a cool guy. What happened?
No, the other day I heard the song. You know the song from Vacation, Holiday Road. Like, I heard that and I was like, oh yeah, I remember that had like a fun little melody. And I went back and I was listening to it. And I was like, damn, this is catchy. And then I was looking it up, and then I found a cover that was like a kind of like a ska punk cover of it that was fucking great and just a completely different energy, you know. And that's the thing is like there are times where you want one mood or you want another mood. There are times when you're feeling like Devil Trigger, and there are times where you want something a little more Silver Bullet, you know,
right,
with the motif going.
So before I move off of Moulin Rouge, other than like I legitimately hate it like the more than I think almost any. Paige loves garbage. She loves trash. So like I've seen shit like Birdemic with this woman. Birdemic is the cheapest, shittiest horror movie ever made. Like she introduced me to Neil Breen, you know, and The Room and shit like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Loves trash, and I can appreciate that. Moulin Rouge is like the worst, and I can pinpoint like the exact emotional of the worst, which is it is so 1999 YouTube big budget garbage that when it pans away from sad Ewan McGregor, in the credits start to roll, it should start playing Numb by Linkin Park over the credits like a fucking Transformers movie. That's the quality level that I acquired from this, is like sub Transformers but for like theater girls.
See, the funny
Instead
thing
of
is,
like big robot aficionados, it's like, oh, the theater. Oh, it'd be so romantic if this
That's a good
story
comparison.
was dumb.
you see, the funny thing is, like, you just mentioned a song where the remix slash cover replaced the original entirely, in that Numb no longer exists because there is only Numb Encore. Right?
Okay.
Like every time you hear the beginning of Numb, you expect to hear Jay-Z's voice kick in like 2 seconds later, because that just
by the way, I have an excellent question from the chat, which is worse, Moulin Rouge or Rent? It's definitely Rent.
Yeah,
Rent
Rent is actually the worst.
Rent is bad to the point of being immoral.
Yeah.
Rent is, God, I could do an hour 30 on how awful Rent is, and it would just be the same thing over and over and over.
Rent is like,
so what? I got AIDS.
like,
I'll give it to whoever. I don't give a shit.
Yeah,
That's the
Rent
song.
is like it's like one of those stories where you're like, you know, we're gonna make a pro LGBT story and it'll be great, and you know, fuck the man and all this stuff, and then it's just like painting LGBT people like in the worst possible light of all time, and you're just like, how did this happen? We started with good intentions.
Yeah, it's really wild. It's an
Like, what the fuck
LGBT
happened?
story written by a gay man who is dying of AIDS.
at the time,
Yeah.
Died
passed
of
away.
AIDS
Yeah,
right after it got made. And it's
Yeah.
like, it's the fucking worst thing with the worst people in the world. It's the most unsympathetic fucking portrayal of anyone ever.
Yeah.
And it's by the group that it's about. And it's fucking terrible.
Was it Cats? Weren't you talking about how Cats was also super fucked up if you actually pay attention to
Cats
what's
is-
happening?
Oh my God. Cats the musical is awful. That's the thing. Cats is fucking terrible. And so Cats the movie is terrible, but also shittily made.
You know, when I was a young kid, I went on a field trip to see Cats.
Fuck yeah.
Because I grew up in New York, and after the show, they gave us all cheeseburgers. Like the cats came into the crowd and gave us
Wow.
cheeseburgers. And
Wow.
I remember that. I will remember that for the rest of my life. It's
That
one of my
sounds
greatest memories.
Weird.
Man.
They were crawling all over the seats and doing little cartwheels and presenting us cheeseburgers.
Wait, do you know what the fucking story of Cats is?
Isn't it just like it's about how they die and float up to heaven, or what?
Yeah, it's every cat sings a song, and the cat that sings the best song gets to go up to heaven and fucking die.
Yeah, right. Just straight up, just creepy death weirdness. Yeah.
All right, so Moulin Rouge is garbage.
Unironically, chat, I feel like somebody, like one of my classmates, was in that theater and then made
Yeah.
that meme. Like Icon has cheeseburger.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna
Because yeah.
ask if this happened around the time of the meme.
No, it was a very before internet stuff
Oh man.
like that.
Wow. Okay.
If somebody's got to dig, can we get Justin Wang to fucking dig up the goddamn history of Can Has Cheeseburger and connect these dots?
You know, this entire discussion is just in my brain underlining how fucking good Book of Mormon is. What a perfect musical. Holy shit.
Oh, that reminds me, and I'm gonna jump way back. If you were intrigued by my mention of Justin Wang and our talk about Silent Hill fan theories, one of the best videos ever made about the Silent Hill community being fucking crazy is Justin Wang's breakdown of the Silent Hill 4 circumcision forum drama.
Okay, that I'm curious. You've piqued my interest. I've played the games and I've dodged the entirety of the fandom with my recent experiences. So this is all fucking news to me.
You are so
the long and short is that a gentleman on the wiki decided to say that everything in Silent Hill is about the trauma of losing your foreskin, and went and edited every single article on the whole thing over and over and over, and getting into thousands of post-long arguments with everyone else on the fucking wiki.
This is what happens when things are left up to interpretation.
Yeah. Subtlety is dead. Just like that guy's foreskin.
Yeah, you have to lose your foreskin to get the nightmare. And that technically means that Heather Mason is a trans icon, okay? And I'll hear no other debate on it.
Well, if you grab the weights, right?
I can see it.
If you grab the weights and then hang them, then you can, over time, there's a process.
Come on.
Yeah. All right.
Oh my God.
It's not the same, man.
Yeah. There was an episode of Penn and Teller's bullshit where they're like, here's a bunch of weirdos that are really, really trying to grow it back, and they're hanging weights off of their dicks, and over months the skin eventually stretches and just creates something. But if that's anyway,
hey,
man.
Whatever you gotta do. Whatever you gotta do to make yourself happy.
Yeah.
All right, moving on. Back to video games, so something that you two might actually be interested in. I got a Steam Deck. The Steam Deck showed up in the mail.
Oh.
It finally showed up. I had to fight fucking FedEx for it. I got to enjoy the wonderful thing of, you have to sign for this, but goddamn will I not knock on your door. I'll literally sprint up to the door and slap it on and be like, you have 3 delivery attempts. So I had to fucking camp outside. I had to take the ultimate step of signing the paper they left behind and saying, you have my permission to just leave it, which also gives them the permission to just steal it if they feel like it. But luckily, they were not a thief. They just wanted to not talk to me. So I got the Steam Deck. It's a cool little device. More than anything, upon picking it up, is that, Wooly, you held a Steam controller in your hand.
I have.
Susie, have you ever held a Steam controller in your hand?
Yes.
Yeah, it's an abject piece of fucking shit, right? It is.
Yes.
It's one of the worst. It's not like an Ouya controller, but it's terrible. The Steam Deck, on the other hand, feels better than the Switch, substantially.
Oh,
it has better. It has better buttons. It has a better D-pad. It has way better triggers. It has a good capacitive touchscreen. It's really fucking big.
How tight?
It's like a.
How tight is the stick on a scale from, let's say, N64 stiff to...
It's a 360. It's a
Dreamcast
Xbox
loose.
One. It is an Xbox One stick.
Okay.
In quality.
Okay.
And the D-pad is a Saturn pad-ish.
Oh, the circle. Okay.
No, it's not the circle, but it has that mush on it. But it's good. The buttons are as good as an Xbox controller. The triggers are about as good as the PS5 triggers. It feels really good. It's 1.5 pounds. It's fucking heavy, and the back of it heats up like you would not believe, and it shoots heat out the top. Like I'm talking like not hot enough to burn, but hot to the like physically hot to the touch. Where if you go to move your hands and like get to the back and you touch, you're like, ooh, that's hot.
Huh.
Its battery life is terrible. It has like a 2.5-hour battery life if you're really pushing it. 4 hours if you're not. However, as a piece of technology to play personal computer games on, it is crazy. It is absolutely nuts. I tried a huge variety of games. I tried FF14, which I could get running at 60 frames a second. I tried Strive, which I could get running at 60 frames a second. I tried a number of CRPGs at which the touchpad, the trackpads worked excellently with the pre-configured things for mouse and keyboard movement. I tried Ultra Kill, Persona 4 Golden, I didn't try God of War, but God of War works on it. NeonWhite, I fucked with it. Elden Ring runs, if you fuck with the settings, Elden Ring runs better on it for its size than it does on PC. It runs at a locked 30 if you tweak it without stuttering, which the PC version literally can't do. I was
That's
able
impressive.
to go into desktop mode and fuck around and do some shit in there that I'm not going to discuss because it's against the TOS of the game that I'm describing. People were able to get the Street Fighter 6 beta running on that thing, like at 60 and playing that wherever. It's a really, really cool piece of tech that will never, ever, ever replace your computer or, your dedicated, console. But what it did do was allow me to do FF14 dailies in bed before going to bed, or just chill on the couch playing Vampire Survivors. And it brought up to me the thing, which is why I don't play the Switch portably ever. And that's because for me to play the Switch portably and enjoy it, it means that when I'm not playing the Switch portably, the Switch version of the game I'm playing is the one that I want to play. If I'm playing Crypt of the Necrodancer on the Switch portably, when I come home, I want to play the PC version of Crypt of the Necrodancer. Mm-hmm. The only games that I would ever use that between the two is something like Breath of the Wild or, some Nintendo exclusive. But the games that actually qualify in that really niche use case, I don't want to play portably ever in the first place.
Did you try plugging in a USB peripheral and controller or anything like that and playing it with that?
Yeah, works flawlessly, instantly.
Because that's
the red controller that I usually have, have now put to the other side of the house.
Because no matter what the portability, no matter what the controls and all that stuff feels like, if you can just plug in a controller you like Steam, and play anything that works.
Oh, absolutely. You can plug in a mouse and keyboard, or Bluetooth a mouse and keyboard, or plug in a controller, or Bluetooth a controller.
DualSense?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Absolutely. Or Xbox controller, whatever.
Because there's stuff where I'm kind of like, there's anytime you have to go outside of Steam, like DS for Windows and shit, and you have like drivers that might be, external.
No, worked instantly. It even has the right buttons in the Steam OS.
Sweet. Okay.
Nice. Yeah. So I have the deck. The what's it called? The dock that comes with it. And the dock is where you're going to be plugging in most of that shit. But it absolutely represents a use case of if I have to wait for a flight, or I was at the dentist. I was at the dentist playing Vampire Survivors. Which, by the way, good for me. I went to the dentist this morning and got a filling, which meant for the first 2 hours of this podcast, I was horribly numb mush mouth. But nobody noticed. Aha, good for me. But yeah, no, and then I could play Vampire Survivors on the save file that I wanted to when I got home, instead of having that awful thing of like, do I want to play the Switch version of this game and be locked on the Switch version of this game forever? No, I would never want to play any multi-platform game on the Switch permanently ever. There's only one real problem with the Steam Deck, and that is when I'm in bed and I'm holding it over my head, I'm fucking terrified. I'm going to drop it on my face. It is heavy. I am very scared. I've dropped my phone on my face, and it sucks. I've dropped a Switch on my face, and it sucks. and I don't want to drop the deck on it. I'm scared.
I usually hold things like just by my chest level, and then have like a pillow tilting up. Is it too hot to rest it on yourself?
Oh no, you can totally. Yeah.
Okay.
No heat comes out the bottom, which I assume is a design thing.
Do you, when you're laying in bed, you hold it like up like this?
Yeah, I hold it over my head like right above.
Really?
Yeah.
That doesn't seem comfy, but
Well, where would you guys hold it?
well, I sit I have two pillows and I kind of tilt and I have it like if it's like my phone or something, I have it like.
Oh, so you're kind of like sitting. So I'm like lying straight on my back.
Yeah, I'm kind of sitting up a bit and looking at it like that. You know.
Okay.
Like this.
I play the Switch kind of like how I'm reading a book in bed. Like I kind of like.
Oh, okay.
I'm, sitting. I'll
Okay, I
with
can
my
try
back
that.
against the backboard. You know.
The deck is clearly meant to be sitting in like a chair or back and have it like resting on your palms, like on top of your legs. Like that seems to be the use case because you can even tell with the power cable goes into the top of the system instead of the bottom.
Did you get a screen protector on it?
They're shipping one to me, but it's taking forever.
Okay.
I will say though, the number one biggest piece of shit about the Steam Deck is that the cable they give for you is like 3 feet long. It is like laughably short. It is uselessly short. You have to get a longer cable or an extension cable. It's totally useless. There's nowhere I can sit in my house in which it actually reaches an outlet.
Can you drop the
seems like
settings?
such a common problem now,
Mhm.
like nowadays. For like every electronic device, you get like a 2-foot cable, and it's like I need like a 10-foot.
What is this
cable,
for? The
please.
floor?
Yeah.
Can you drop the settings so that it lasts longer than 2.5 hours? Because that's incredibly short.
So you can drop the settings in a wild variety of ways. So you can drop the in-game settings. You can drop the resolution in the game. You can mess with your particular game settings as you would, right? For the system itself, you can drop its refresh rate from 60 to 40 or anywhere in between. You can frame rate limit any half integer of the frame rate. So if it's 60, if it's your 60 hertz, you can lock it at 60, 30, or 15. If you put it down to 40 hertz, you can lock it at 40, 20, or 10, which I wouldn't recommend. You can limit the amount of voltage going to the GPU. You can limit the heat that you want it to hit. You can limit its CPU to certain cycles.
Okay.
You can also do that per game. So certain games you can be like, fuck it, open it up, and other games you can say turn it down. Yeah, it's great. It's a really cool piece of tech that I've really been enjoying a lot. I like it better than the Switch. Also, I have yet to try it, but I've heard that I can also play Switch games.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard that.
Yeah. Well, that's cool. I still I just don't have the use case, but
you will when Street Fighter 6 comes out.
Well, so that's the question is plug it into the monitor, plug the sticks in. How's it going?
So that use case already exists for most fighting games on it.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, when I was talking about it, somebody sent me a tweet that was like, hey, so this is what I throw in my backpack. My stick, my external monitor, which is like a tiny, maybe 12-inch monitor,
Mm-hmm.
the dock, the deck, and the cable. And they have a portable setup that they can just roll around with. They play Melty Blood mainly, right? Which that'll run on anything.
Yeah. These simple games will be fine for sure. Okay. Huh.
I got to play one when I was working on my episode of X Plays G4.
Oh yeah.
Do you remember that fucking
I
down
do.
dinosaur of a network? Again. And yeah, I really enjoyed it. I played a God of War 2018 on it, and it was really good. It felt really good to play. I got through the entire intro.
Oh, that reminds me. There's something else I wanted to mention. So it has 4 back buttons built into it that are usually not mapped, or they're mapped to some kind of default. But it helps for games that are weird on a control. So like Pillars of Eternity 2, right? That is a mouse and keyboard game through and through. And the playable status lists, hey man, some of the text might be really way too small. So what you can do is I mapped one of the back buttons to toggle magnifier, so that if I actually cannot read something because the screen is too small, I just hit a button and then immediately just mouse over.
Is the button resting where your grip is, or do you have to reach for it?
The button is resting where the bottom 3 fingers on your hand are.
Okay.
But there's no worry of accidentally pressing them because they're that type of hard button that needs
They're tactile.
a push.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Because I fucking grip.
Yeah, no, you're not going to do it by accident. You need to go, I want to push this button, click.
Okay. Because every single controller I've ever held with back buttons, like the Elites, for example, 100% of the time, I'm accidentally pressing them. Yeah. Just pull those out completely, you know? Okay.
Yeah, no, it's a really cool piece of kit. I really like it.
All right. Let's get moving because we have been doing it.
We've been streaming for 4 hours. Holy
shit. Apologies because it's like fucking obnoxious length podcasting we do over here, but I kind of hope you
people listen to it throughout their whole week. Give them the value.
No, I know
they can't listen to other competing podcasts.
Certainly, absolutely. But
remember, guys, to use a code word CBT for your next purchase. Of
we're hours away from that, so you're fine. But anyway, I'm conscientious of other people's time and such. You know, I remember in the past that's been an issue. So when you're talking about the various settings and such, that is kind of interesting because there's a story that came out this week in regards to multiple developers for the Xbox Series S talking about how they hate it and the specs are an albatross of a system that they have to develop for.
It's the fucking hard drive thing again for the 360.
So not just that, but also like it's effectively a 1080p console. It doesn't support 4K. It says it goes up to 1440, but that's really specific circumstances. And for anyone who doesn't know, the Xbox Series S is the discless, digital-only, cheaper one that kind of came out with the Series X, Series S. And yeah, everything that comes out this gen has to support it, but it means kind of like, you know, struggling with something on the weaker end of specs that a lot of developers are apparently annoyed about having to support. In many cases, you're choosing between, you know, performance. It can go up to 60, but definitely can't do anything beyond 1080 and 60, you know, in terms of limitation. The hard drive makes a difference as well. The RAM, like all the specs in it are just like lower end, but it can handle current gen at its base level. So this is becoming more and more of a complaint, to which there was a conversation. Yeah, Bossa Studios was the one that kind of was making reference to that. Gerstmann chimed in to say that, what was it? Like, oh yeah, that it seems like a broken argument because most of these games also come to PC and they already have to cover a wide variety of configurations, which is super true, right? But that same wide variety of configurations and the lack of like real PC compliance is kind of why PC versions of games often are like buggier. You know, they have a lot of permutations they go through that don't get fully tested to the maximum. Anything changing resolutions, changing performance, and so on. The more variables you add to a game, the less time they're going to get tested overall. So when a requirement comes in for like a weaker version of something on a console, like I absolutely have seen from the inside, QA wise, developers super annoyed at like having to adhere to low end shit when they want to just like be able to lock it in on a lead platform, you know. It's a bit odd though, because it's like they're kind of just going like, can you move on with this and you know, stop bottlenecking production.
No.
And well, the problem is that like, no matter, I don't know how it's sold, but however it's sold, you sold it. Therefore, people have it. Therefore, they expect to continue being able to buy games for this platform for the rest of the generation. So you can't just say, you know what? Never mind. Fuck you. You know?
Yeah, I only have the I don't have the Series X. I have the Series S, so I have
Mhm.
a lot of experience with it, and it really does seem like a kind of like quick like backwards compatibility machine. Like it runs older Xbox games like perfectly. Like if you want to play like some Elder Scrolls game at like 60
Mhm.
FPS and it loads in 1 second, like that's what I use it for. And like other games like, you know, the Dead Space games and all that kind of stuff, but it does struggle quite a bit with current gen games like Cyberpunk. Like they had to, people were demanding a 60 FPS mode for that, and it got it.
Mm.
But when you play
Did
that
it?
game in 60, it did. When you play it at like frame rate mode, like then like older issues that the game used to have start happening again.
Oh.
You know,
Oh,
Okay. Yeah.
like
interesting.
there's like a glitch where like whenever you'd pick up a new gun, like you know, like your character like looks at it, you know, like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And it's like you just see their hand doing what I'm doing, and then the gun loads in like
Nice.
5 seconds later.
I love it.
So it's definitely a little console that's trying its best, but from my personal experience playing like some
Mm.
newer games with it, it definitely feels like it's pushing real hard.
I mean, I wonder if it. Well, again, it would have to depend on the spec and how much it's sold. But like the GPU seems to be the main problem in this case. Like, could you increase the spec as it gets more affordable and as the generation moves forward by rolling out a different SKU for it? But then you're getting into a whole other can of worms because it's a sub SKU of a subcategory of a generation anyway. That gets more complicated when you have two price points instead of one. So anyway,
Yeah.
um, one thing's for sure though is like I can tell you that behind the scenes, like devs absolutely fucking hate it. The more they have to split their builds, and you can run into shit like what you just described, where that could be a matter of like the game. Like getting bottlenecked and chugging over those visual issues and then like causing further bugs to appear, or it can even be in some cases just like there's two versions of the game that are like incorrectly versioned when you switch over this mode. Like when you switch to a different setting, like you'll actually legitimately go roll back to a previous thing that was unfixed or
Yeah, yeah.
unpatched.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure if you just run Cyberpunk at like the quality mode, like
Mm-hmm.
it's 30
Mm.
FPS, but it's fine. You know, like it's back to being fine again.
Okay.
So it's interesting that you bring that up because that's like the exact experience I had with it on that
Hmm.
console.
So I will say that if you're the kind of person who has your Xbox Series S and you decide, you know what, I'm going to upgrade my PC. I'm sick of this console shit. I'm going to get a fancy PC. I'm going to buy a 4090, particularly if you buy it from Newegg. I would have a piece of advice for you. And that's when the mailman shows up with your stuff and you bring it into the house, you take out your phone. And as you open it, you videotape yourself opening up that package so that if you get a bunch of fucking rocks or pieces of metal in there instead of your video card, like what has been happening to Newegg over the past week, you can prove to customer service after they lock you out of your account.
Okay, so at
What?
what level of the transaction is the thief stepping in?
Shipping.
Shipping?
Shipping.
Okay.
So I love how someone says that's fake, and I'm like, Newegg put out a statement saying, yeah, it happens sometimes. We're very sorry. Like, no, that happens. That does happen.
That's like when your fucking that's like when your Uber Eats gets stolen and eaten, except it was possibly thousands of dollars.
Yeah, I think my
fucking
favorite
what?
part. Every now and then you see an Uber Eats thing or a complaint on the internet, and it'll be like the message will come through and it's just hungry, and you go what? And then they go food gone,
Oh, yeah.
and then order
Screenshot.
canceled.
Look,
like,
your meal
okay.
is delivered.
All right, you know what? That's more honest. I can appreciate that.
There you go.
But yeah, no, if you're getting a high ticket electronic item like this, like, take your phone out and record yourself opening it up so that you
Wow.
have an easier time disputing
Christ.
it and being like, yeah, some motherfucker sent me some bricks instead of a video card.
That's insane. Holy shit.
It tends to happen on every gigantic new super high ticket video card thing from not the main manufacturer. So like Founders
Is
Editions
that
from Nvidia don't tend to have that happen to it because I don't think Nvidia gives a shit, or they pay their shipping guys more.
yeah?
But I've seen it happen from Newegg. I've seen it happen from Amazon.
I mean,
Is that a case of like they don't package it in like a cardboard box? Because I've actually had that happen, I think, because I ordered a an arcade stick, like a fight stick, a Hori Rap 4,
Mm-hmm.
and it fucking like it got lost like in the shipping process, and
Yeah.
Amazon, like I reached out to them and they were like, "Oh, don't worry, we'll send you another one." And when that one arrived at my place, there was no cardboard box on it. It was literally just the Hori Rap 4, like
weird.
in its own packaging. And I was like, well, no wonder the first one got stolen, because they
Yeah.
saw a fucking expensive ass arcade stick and stole it, you know?
The point of failure, and I think Newegg went through on this. It's the point of failure is Newegg Warehouse has the 4090 box, and that's supposed to go in the cardboard box, and that's the nothing sealed, so they just grab it, put some rocks in it, then package it up and ship it out.
I thought losing out to a bot order was the worst that could happen. Turns out you can have your entire you can have your money taken, get excited for the process, prep for it, have rocks show up, and then have to rejoin the fucking impossible queue.
Yeah, that happened with PS5s as well, depending on where you got them
from. I
would know about that one, Pat.
Mm-hmm.
Because I had to buy mine from you.
Yeah, no, that was a stupid fucking situation.
I wasn't alive for it at the time, but I have been told stories about the time that my dad was in traffic with my mom in the car, and dude came up and had a VCR, and it was, holy shit, yo, a VCR? Damn, for how much? Yeah, you gotta grab it. And my dad was like, okay, fine. We wanted to get one of these fancy new VCRs, and basically paid for a box of rocks, which they took home. And I'm like, you deserve it. You fucking deserve it. That's what you get. You know. Just literally wheeling up to the window and being like, take it or leave it, and you just like, yeah, okay, well, there you go.
You know, I just realized somebody in the chat pointed out that PS5 shit got so bad that people were like running into open delivery trucks and yanking PS5s out of them.
That's insane.
Yeah.
You still can't fucking buy one. How stupid is that?
You have to be awake at like 3 a.m. when the fucking post goes live.
PlayStation Direct is like pisses me off so bad because it's like, well, what if mine broke? Well, I'll just go to PlayStation Direct, wait in the line. Oh wait, they don't ship to Canada. Fuck me.
Well, speaking of disputes and such, one other story this week, which is interesting. This kind of broke a little bit this morning. The fight has begun. The author of Disco Elysium is suing Studio Zaum. So the latest development, after we've been following up on the most disco ending of the Disco Elysium studio ever, all the creatives that were involved in the process are walking away because essentially the super rich light bending man has taken over in a hostile manner and is gearing up for all kinds of bullshit, microtransactions, Amazon Web Series, whatever the fuck, all of that nonsense. And everyone involved in the original collective of Zaum that we found out, cultural icons that were doing way more for Estonia than just making a game that we thought was cool. So yeah, there's not a ton of details, but it has been reported that a lawsuit on behalf of Robert Kurvitz's company, Telomere, is suing Zaum Studio, and there's going to be a hearing about it in November. But there's no other details on the case or what it's going to be about. But it's reasonable to assume that likely they're going to be suing for the rights to Disco Elysium, which, holy fuck, that would be amazing if they got it. If they were able to just get the work back, that would be incredible. I really hope that's what it's about.
I'm just thinking of what happens to Disco 2, and it becomes like Briscoe Elysium or some shit.
Yeah, well, you know, whatever. All the other names, like I said, No Truce with the Furies or
Yeah.
Terrible and Sacred Air, you know. But yeah, the other thing, of course, is the nature of which they left the company. They were demanded to leave by the, you know, again, the investors. And there's a whole bunch to the story that I guess is not public yet. We'll be finding out soon. But they're not just walking away from it. And that's fucking cool because clearly, while we all would have been ready for and willing to accept the, you know, spiritual successor from the creative minds that actually made the fucking thing we love, them getting it back from the clutched hands of a fucking board of asshole investors that are ruining everything would be amazing too.
I absolutely can't wait for them to completely win this lawsuit and be totally unable to secure funding, and then nothing ever happens with it ever again.
No, well, okay, that would be also very Disco, but no, because now everyone cares. I'm sure they can secure funding outside of Estonia to get whatever they want done, because holy fuck, that game was one of the best ones ever made. Like, that's period. You will be able to find your funding. But damn, if they just got it, they win the lawsuit, and then the lawyer costs just drain everything out.
It's possible, man.
Oh, man. Damn.
I still haven't played that game, but
Oh,
I
you
own
really
it.
got to. It's hands like
one of my favorite of all time.
It's perfect.
Yeah.
It's perfect. It's actually just perfect, which is crazy.
Hate hyperbolizing, but few things enter and go straight to the top. This thing is like nothing else.
Oh my god.
Hopefully good things though. Hopefully good things.
I just like how you both were like I don't know, the way you just described it. Like it was so like thoughtful.
Yeah, like everybody I know who has gone through it is like, oh yeah, no, that's like the best book I've ever played in my life.
I've been pitching it to a lot of family and friends, and the short version I give is just the elevator pitch is essentially point and click detective story where you're a fuck up and you have like 25 or 26 different stats to build your character into, but each stat is also a party member and a personality that talks to you, and the more you invest in them, the more they speak to you and affect your decisions. It's super unique and fun.
It's funny because that the elevator pitch for me is it's a detective game in which it is constantly engaging you in the most interesting conversations I have ever seen in any work of fiction, and your engagement will push you down a road in which you inevitably probably don't want to say something too crazy, at which point the game will literally say the words to you, say one of these fascist or communist things, or fuck off, and trap you into saying something stupid.
That's the example I go to as well.
That is
just like the political. Yeah. Get time to get political, literally, or stop playing the game, says the game. Anyway, hopefully news on that. Last little bit, just a little heads up. Because Square Enix apparently doesn't want you to know, we'll tell you here on this podcast that Neo: The World Ends With You has been shadow dropped onto Steam.
Fucking serious?
They have shadow released a PC port of Neo Tuewi and haven't told anyone about it.
Really?
For no reason. They just don't want anyone to know. So I'm gonna let you know that you can go get it on Steam if you would like.
Get the fuck out of you. Yeah, okay.
Oh, excuse me, on the Epic Game Store, rather.
It's on Steam right now. I'm looking at it.
Oh yeah. There you go. Right.
It's 25% off from $79. And they dropped it 2 days before Persona 5 came out. So good. Really just good. Good timing. Excellent promotion.
Have either of you guys watched the anime?
No.
Okay. I have a friend that worked on that, and they were so excited about it and was like hyping me up for it. And then it came out, and then I didn't hear anything about it. So I was kind of like, oh, I hope it's good.
World Ends With You is really baffling to me because they made more of it and then they like yelled at you to stop looking at it. It felt like.
Yeah.
It's aesthetically one of the coolest things. I love it. So I love how like the music and world are designed. So I do want to go back and give it another shot. And I am glad that they have brought it, that they've resurrected it as a series. So, but yeah, I haven't heard much about the anime once that initial launch. Anyway, that's available, and fucking they don't want you to know. So, there you go. Let's take some letters.
Hey, if you want to send in a letter, send it to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
The home of all BAYONUTTERS.
Ugh.
Indeed.
It's just the worst. It's just the worst.
Okay.
Why not Bayonetizens? Why not Bayonetter? Like anything. Jesus.
She's not. She's from the stage, man. She's coming from the stage.
Yeah.
The dry British stage. Here, we'll just take one quick. How's about this? Joe from Wisconsin says, Dear Wooly and Pat, I'd like to share with you one of the funniest and strangest pieces of Smash community lore. A few years ago, a Mii Gunner player was outed for being very racist on Discord, dropping hard R's and such. Instead of posting a twit longer or apologizing in any way, the person decided to edit and upload a combo video responding to the allegations.
I don't believe in your morality. My words and actions speak for themselves. Now check out these Mii Gunner combos.
Yes, so I did see this video, but it is an excuse to bring it up. There is a shitty Mii OC doing super lame combos.
These combos are trash. That's the best part.
And it's not an apology video. It's a doubling down, but I'm sorry you feel that way kind of video. And it's just all of those sentiments just interspersed with shit ass Mii Gunner Smash gameplay.
Oh,
like, if your combos were sick, you might have gotten away with it maybe a little bit.
Oh, maybe.
There might have been a second. But the fact that the combos are shit as well. I worship No God, aka racist Mii Gunner montage on YouTube.
Oh, I love it. It's great. It's great. Smash community just gives and gives.
Oh, dude. Yeah. I refuse to buy.
I'll say Evo this year was less musty. I'll just have to just say that. But
I didn't even hear about Evo, which means there was no drama that reached me about Evo, which means Smash wasn't there. Was Smash there?
No.
I don't.
Oh, fucking wow! Evo. Holy shit!
I've been going to Evo for a very long time, and this one was like the most pleasant one. Like, I didn't get any sus vibes from anyone. There were no weird auras around people, you know.
Thanks, Pokimane.
Great. That's awesome.
All right, we did it. That's a podcast. Susie, thank you so much. You have been a
pleasure having you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was great. I really enjoyed it. I'll come back if you guys want me.
Oh, fantastic. That'd be great.
Absolutely. And I don't know if any week will ever line up with stories that are up your alley more than this one ever. But
I'm sure there's a couple weeks. Like when RE4 comes out.
Yeah, I just mean like the sheer Bayo into RE4 into Silent Hill everything is a hell of a combo at the same time.
It was pretty wild, yeah. Like,
absolutely. So
just heartbreak into cringe into like volcanic levels of hype. Like, it was fucking crazy. Fucking crazy.
Fan-fucking-tastic. Thank you so much, everyone. Go check out TheSphereHunter. Follow, like, subscribe, hit the bells, and do all those things. And we'll see you guys next time.
Have a good week, everybody.
Later.